Oh God, that was kind of tough, you know. Thank you so much, Andres. My heart is really beating, and I'm kind of really excited. I don't know. I think I need to sleep a couple of days and before being able to answer. I mean, there's so much passion, and that's so magnificent with you. And thank you so much for this wonderful, and I think very convincing. I think I'm really convinced of what you say, and but I need to kind of reflect a lot about it. And actually, I think I have had similar intuitions already. But anyway, so welcome to Jaime, who has accepted to moderate so this panel. And also thank you for all the panelists to be present and to participate. And I think this will be a fascinating discussion. Jaime is an associate professor in practice and the former director of the master program in urban design at the School of Architecture of the University of Miami, where he also was the Knight Professor in Community Building. He's presently the new director of the undergraduate program. He is one among 14 architects and town planners that launched the American New Urbanist movement, one of the most important promoters in Latin America, and also one of the most significant critics. He was climate reality mentor under the tutelage of former Vice President and Nobel laureate Al Gore. His professional firm is engaged in a new type of design practice, focusing on social innovations, bottom-up urbanism, the creation of real estate value through morphogenetic disruptions, generative codes, self-organizations, and its interconnection with structured and unstructured information. Now, I had to look up a little bit of Wikipedia just to get a little bit a better understanding of this, you know, position. And so I'm reading Wikipedia, I'm reading his projects explore incremental master planning, supergraphics, and physical representation of information in urban areas, informal urbanism, morphogenesis, colossal refugee camps, tiny gap housing, self-organizing redevelopment, public space design, big data mining, the Internet of Things, sea level rise adaptation, and evacuation. Now, looking at the master plan, he submitted, and Urban City, a city only. I can see, for me, it looks like the graphics are really beautiful. For me, it looks really like the Città Ideale. It makes me think about the ideal city, and it makes me think also about this tradition of American urban planning. It makes me think about Mormon planning and Savannah. So it has this kind of rigor and beauty, and still it has a kind of really freshness. So I'm still, again, need to kind of process that. But when I met Jaime I think we met first, it was in 2000 when I was teaching at the University of Miami, and I know that Jaime I was more familiar with, and so the more traditional master plans and kind of familiar imagery and capricci about traditional cities and so on. And so also, again, another chapter, Wikipedia, talking about how the firm, so Jaime's firm celebrates the simplicity of American life, the beauty of rational and metaphysical system of representation, the uniqueness of place, the engagement of history, the evolution of culture, the distinctiveness of world geographies, the beauty of nature, our own human experience, the potentialities of the contemporary and appropriate technologies in both practical and academic arenas, alternative energies, everyday and end of unbridled globalization. So I have been puzzled again and again by Jaime's thinking and work. I can intuitively grasp the continuity, or maybe better, the evolution of Jaime's work and the emulation. So emulation was mentioned by Andres, but that's kind of I see really in Jaime's work. And the concept of complex compounds, clearly defined with architectural boundaries and an ordered set of architectural objects and garden features, giving life and identity to the inner space of the compound, kind of really fascinating and makes me think of Christoph Alexander creating centers. So these kind of little centers which then kind of go into larger centers, and that's something we can see in later we can see one of the student project, but also in exhibition installation. So always this idea of enclosure of a public space, of an urban space, really, which kind of is used as a support to make statements, also using writing. And again, that's something which will come later in a more traditional way, but I think it's kind of really compelling. And so here, another project, I don't know if that's something, Jaime, but it was in Jaime's page, university page, the Wynwood Market, which is a larger, again, enclosed compounds, which make you think about the caravanserai or monasteries or kind of really this kind of ancient places of antique, sacred, enclosed places and fortified cities eventually. And the student work, very kind of compelling student work by Sidney Maubert, Hanssen, and so on, which beautifully articulates this kind of urban design philosophy. And I think really the ideal city and bringing in also fractality and ordered complexity. So you have this kind of various sectors which kind of start composing very complex relationships and spatial tension. Now, Jaime writes a lot. He has a website which is fascinating with a lot of really interesting articles. And I mean, it's really, really profound, very, very well done. And then books which kind of address new urbanism, criticize new urbanism, but also like more recent work which looks back at Corbusier and what he calls transformative erasures. And I haven't seen more details of that, but I'm very very intrigued by it. Now, thank you, Jaime, for accepting to moderate. That would be really fascinating. You are such a strong debater, and I mean, I'm really looking forward to this discussion. Marjo Uotila is from INPAO Finland. She's the founder, board member, chair, community manager. But interestingly, she is also an elected member of the city council and the chair of the urban development committee at the town of Karina in Finland. Let's work with her and get something done with the 5th recall to order in Finland. And so Marjo, she has this, the INPAO Finland, and also Uprising, the Architecture Uprising, which is a grassroots organization. Hey. So the new modernism, which in some way looks everywhere, and then classical and traditional counter proposals, or the popular one. And again, I mean, I really just look at this in the context of what has been said by Andres and what has been said in the days before. So ugliness and beauty, if you like. And then the counter, the models, which kind of are the most popular one, but are not the most easy ones to get kind of done. I would like to, I think I thought that Nier was on the panel, and I would just, if he's not on the panel, I still mention him again. Nier has been very, very instrumental. He has done this. It's his work, and this is such a beautiful and very well organized gathering. And I really like to give an homage to Nier, and his work is really fascinating. His teaching is fascinating. And I attended Jerusalem class, and I was kind of impressed. I had to learn a lot because I never have seen anybody designing cities like that. But also this idea that architecture and urbanism has to go together is something which I think it's something CNU doesn't really embrace completely, but it's something I agree completely. And so some projects. Noé Morin, he joins us from Brussels, and he's a co-founder of the La Table Ronde de l'Architecture, which is a very new organization. And also Noé with his partner Nadia Everaert, they founded also INPAO Belgium. And Noe is a geopolitical consultant, a very interestingly Russian specialist, but we didn't invite him for that reason. So don't ask him any question about Russia tonight, because he's a really expert in grassroots organization, education, and fighting against Brusselsization, which is a term which Maurice Culot referred to quite often. It's a destruction, a systematic destruction of the urban fabric and urban kind of heritage. And so he contributes to the work of the table ronde by bringing in also politics, economics, and anthropology. Some pictures from the summer school this last August. And Noe and Nadia, they are very interested. They organize a lot of activities, and they challenge official projects by asking people to do counter projects. So they kind of propose new visions, new projects to kind of fight projects, and don't reduce their kind of activity to just criticism or just kind of. And the repertoire is pretty wide. So the repertoire, rather than taking it from a treatise or from one culture, they have a relatively broad repertoire looking at eclecticism, Gothic architecture, and everything which in some way has done the identity of Brussels. So this is a picture sketching during the summer school, which was one of the main activities. Millie Main comes from Australia. She has a wonderful organization which is called Street Level Australia. And I really like everything she writes. She's a citizen activist. So this idea of activism, and wants to make Australian places more beautiful. And she has also targeted 3 cities by 2024. I think 3 Australian cities have to have a classical plan. And so this idea also of ancestral thinking, I really love the ancestral thinking. It doesn't mean to return to antiquity, but it means to return to the wisdom ancestors and do, like Andre says, do as they would have done, would they have been in the situation. So it's the same kind of intelligence and wisdom. So make Australian place more beautiful, increase the proportion of new building, increase the proportion of new building developments, and so on and so on. So really quite fascinating. And then also here, what we stand for, I think I could, so there is a lot of interesting proposal. It's very, very clearly articulated. It's very radical. And I think it's an incredible platform to advance. But also what I think she proposes is very interesting. So build supply, build demand. So create advocacy for beautiful development, education and skill building endeavors, engagement with government and stakeholders and developers. So a very, very clear political agenda. Nick Benson is the owner of the John Steele shop, so specialized in the design and carving of flattening stone. He has attended the School of Design in Basel, Switzerland, and studied calligraphy and letter from design. His work has been awarded, and he got the Arts National Heritage Fellowship and the MacArthur Fellowship. And interesting, and I think very kind of compelling, this idea that we have to engage physically with, or we have to engage with the physical world through physical participation. So like the work has been done, talked about in the neuroscience discussion, this kind of embodied mind. So it's not only theory, it's not only think, it's not only academy, it's really hands-on and being engaged. And it doesn't mean returning to an art and craft, but it means that the physical engagement, the hands-on, is kind of important to get an understanding of the world we are living and how we can also change it. And then also the criticism of the consumerism, capitalism, which kind of makes things more complicated. And I'm sure that Andres has answers for that too. And then also this idea, which has been mentioned by a student from Harvard the first day, the idea of autumn, taking time again, taking time to think about, to do things in a slower pace. Now, Nick has, you know, as you see, participated to the Vietnam Memorial, and he has done these beautiful engravings And the objectives, understanding the physical world through participation in all steps of making arts and craft movements, yes, but a little less idealistic and a little bit more practical. It's probably what Andres also said, deep analysis of historic objects, and so on. And then Ruben Hanssen, he's from Holland, and he, in his presentation, he wants us to know that he's 30 years old. Welcome to Ruben, to the younger generation. And Ruben is, so he studied planning and urbanism, but what we know from Flavio, who studied urbanism in Holland too, is that urbanism, when you study urbanism, you're not learning that much about how to build beautiful cities, and you're not talking much about urbanism in reality. But so Ruben really started working and really do mostly dissemination, education, website building, podcast, and kind of networking. So really specialized on kind of getting the message out and having a very, very organized, very systematic attack on the public opinion and kind of trying to reach out to various stands of the population. Now, last but not least, it's me. And normally, I mean, I try to speak about myself if I wasn't myself. So I'm born in Brazil. I moved to Luxembourg when I was 5 years old, and I moved out of Luxembourg when I was 20. Studied architecture and urbanism in Paris and Versailles, and have lectured in Europe and USA. I collaborated with Brussels with Maurice Coulou and Léon Crieux, and I really agree with what André said. I mean, I studied 6 years at the Beaux-Arts after the revolution, after 68, and I really had the feeling that I wasted a lot of time there, because Léon told me you should have spent the money to travel 6 years, you would have learned so much more. And I really started learning when I was after my schooling, when I worked with Léon and Maurice in Brussels. That's where I learned so much more in 1 month than I learned in 6 years. And so I taught in various universities in Europe and USA and the United States, but I think my dearest memories are so the workshops and summer school. So the intense charrettes and summer school in many places of the world: Italy, Spain, Portugal, Germany, United Kingdom, Panama, Thailand. Thailand was fantastic. I mean, I worked with students, they were all modernists, and I think in 3 days, we did a nice project. We did a project which was a traditional project, and nobody had problems with it. And I have a non-profit organization which is called Catharsis Urban Workshops, which are created with Salingaros and Michael Mahaffey, and I collaborated with the Princess Foundation, and where I learned a lot about sustainable urbanism, natural and traditional architecture, and community engagement, and so on. So I wanted to show this project, this is a project I done more or less the same time DPZ was founded and Seaside was started. And you see on the left side is my early facade draft of the piazza, and on the right side is kind of some years later where I kind of got some intuitive classicism, and I never used a treatise really. I just kind of made the orders up, and I'm not saying I made it up, but I kind of just I think it's something which is even inherent in our biological DNA, that everybody can draw orders, I think. And I think that's why there are more than 20 treatises, and I think that's why there are probably several hundred of orders, because you can also invent things in the classical tradition. You can invent an experiment, and that's something I really like to encourage people. So this is again the same project with my hometown and the master. So going from the master plan to this piazza design. Another counter project that has become my lifeline, doing counter project is for new developments. Counter project to like a low density development, inspired by, of course, by Léon Crieux's series and New Urbanism. And this is my latest design, which I did in kind of a couple of days. And I was approached by the University of Luxembourg. They do a reconversion of an industrial site you see on the left side. And they asked me to do a perspective, and I said, can I do a project? And they said no, and I did a project, and I didn't do the perspective, and my project is on the right side. So you can see all On the left side, all the buildings you see are industrial buildings. There are shops. This is a shopping center with industrial buildings. So as you can see on my design, all the buildings are integrated. They're all there. I mean, I didn't demolish many buildings. So these are all integrated, but they make a city. And you have fabric and mixed use around and also public buildings. Thank you so much. Oh, this is a last one. I'm doing Capriccio just for fun whenever I wait, because I'm waiting a lot for things to happen. And then I'm drawing, this Capricci in my Moleskine sketchbook. And there are imaginary places, but for me, imaginary are places which could have been or should have been and maybe exist somewhere. At least they exist on my sketchbooks. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's start the show here. I always thought that Andres was a modernist in the closet. And today, since he's coming out with the rigor and American pragmatism that only he can express, I like to summarize for the panel what I saw as 8 of the most heretic propositions that probably have been ever shown in this or to this group of people. The first one, obviously, the fact that he says that we are totally out of date because we're thinking that modern architecture is inhumane, that is technically fragile, and that is unpopular. And according to him, modern architecture is nowadays delightful. And second, that students are fascinated with that type of modern architecture, that they do not wish to be taught in a traditional manner, that in fact, and this is the third point, classical architecture must be responsible to current needs, and that's where his American pragmatism takes over. Fourth, that we have very precise design tools, and that one of the most precise design tools that separates us from the modernists are our drawings, and that we know how to draw, and that we draw, exquisitely, that we're eclectic when we draw, that we're versatile when we draw, and that our drawings produce some sort of humanism. The fifth is that our new practice needs to include mass production, affordable housing, because, he more or less told us that we're in environmentalist predicament now, which, is going to require mass production and affordable housing. He briefly talked about Serlio, and to me that was very telling, because Serlio, perhaps of all the architects of the Renaissance and post-Renaissance, was the only one that dealt with domestic architecture in a very populist manner. No, his book on domestic architecture starts with basic houses of 2 rooms. No, and then he said that the canons of classical architecture have turned classical architecture into a very boring proposition, that we're all about protection of our territory, while modernists are actually going for innovation. The last one is that we need to be populist, that we need not to reform, but to express, and that we need to embed ourselves in the production of the reverse, that we are all about reform, but and modernists are all about expression, and that's our strength. Okay, so having summarized the things like that, I'm going to let our panel fall into a free flow of ideas and questions, and challenge Andres at the core of his presentation. And perhaps we start in order with Marjo from Finland. Let's start with you. You laughed the whole time, Marjo.
Yes, I laughed all the time. And thank you, Andres Duani, for this provocative but enjoyable presentation and speech. Like, as always, wow. This is, well, I must say that how much I appreciate to have been invited to join this panel and all the whole event. I think that this is a fabulous networking event for us all on a global scale. And also, I must say to start with that I understand that most of you guys are architects. What I'm not myself, I'm a sociologist, and I think that I have been trying to compensate that my non-architect background by finding any other paths to make a change here in Finland and in the Nordic countries to pave way for the new rise of classicism or traditional architecture and urbanism, or whatever the correct terminology might be. And I must say that because I feel that in Finland we are light years behind whatever you guys have been already doing, that I would welcome any light of sun from the classical movement to Finland or to the Scandinavian countries. So, wow, I don't know what to say. I take one thing from what was said by Andres, and that I think we could follow in some way, and that was related to the huge success of modernism. And I think that what Andres was saying, he was saying that we should somehow understand how this success has been possible, what the tricks or what the tricks are, or what we could perhaps learn from that. And that, I think, would be valuable. And I don't know if I've been able to understand what the modernists have done right to be so successful as they are now, but I think that we should somehow attack that and follow maybe their not advice, but understand how they do it, because my brain doesn't understand it, why it has been possible. But maybe somebody else can also fill in, and this was just the first reflection on this, the whole event. I think this is a fabulous occasion for us all.
So Andres, what can we learn from the successes of modernism? How do you know that they're successful?
Well, at least in Finland, 100% of everything that is being built would be somehow inherited from that modernist background. So they might do something right.
You're muted, Andres. You're muted.
So many computers in front of me. Your not having an architecture education is probably fortunate. If you had been educated in Finland as an architect, you'd be a modernist. Okay.
And absolutely, and I would never have started the architectural uprising in Finland.
Yes. One thing to know is that if you look at the last great Finnish architects, and they were overwhelmingly important in the 1920s, none of them went to school. It was all apprenticeship. Okay, so you still have a chance. Don't let anybody intimidate you. Okay?
Thank you.
You have the advantage that you don't have to unlearn anything. Okay, so you're 10 years ahead. The rest of us who went to architecture school had to unlearn about 10 years, and I think we know what we're talking about here. So apprentice yourself to people like Leo. Leo didn't go to school, for example, but he was apprenticed. So what can we learn from modernism? The first thing is there are many things you cannot learn, you should not learn. They lie continually. Okay, continually. They say, if you see a modernist presentation like Robert Adams said, what they propose to do and what they actually do has nothing to do with each other. And that's a very, very powerful weapon. I've always been impressed how powerful lies are per se, but don't do that. The other thing that I think you can do is actually grant them, as you present, grant them what's excited, what is likable about them. It is, you know, I know quite a few buildings in Finland, and but all of them, you know, old and new, etc. And each of them was amazing to their generation. Okay, they were amazing. Like Siren's Parliament, I mean, was amazing. To their generation. The Stockholm of Ostberg was the most important building of the 1920s in the world, And it was because it was so deeply vernacular. Nothing lines up, nothing is precise, you see, and the excitement was incredible. He was the most, he was revered by his fellow architects. He is the only person with a monument, with a bust, any architect with a bust in the cemetery. But it was the most famous building in the world for 10 years because he connected to what was exciting to people at the time, which was actually the vernacular, particularly the Finnish vernacular. It really communicated to them. And I think that that kind of thing, you have to grant that modernism has some aspect of that of communicating to the people. We need to find out what it is, okay? Now, for example, I don't know where this museum is that by, damn, I forget the names of the museum in which the ground, I don't know whether it's a museum, it may be in Finland, I think it is, in which the ground just comes up and becomes the roof. Do you know where that is?
That might be a church.
No, there's a museum somewhere.
Museum. Oh yeah, well, we do have that sort of museum in Helsinki, quite new.
Yes, quite new. Okay, so
Amos Rex.
Right. So what happens is you get this building in which the ground plane actually goes up and becomes the roof. And at the same time, if you look at the bottom, the ground plane dips and goes beneath the building. So one of the things that's been introduced by modernism recently is the lack of preeminence. The ground plane is not the datum of design. They have three datums. Okay, there's the old ground plane, which is the street, the ground plane below, and the ground plane above.
Yeah.
Okay. And the three are designed simultaneously in section. That is a great contribution to architecture that is exciting regardless of the style. Okay, if we could only see what was done there, that is very exciting. You know, to be able to just walk up to a building straight from the street and also go beneath the building and emerge on the other side. The other thing, which I think is absolutely extraordinary, and I do use it in my practice all the time, is a very deep understanding of section as the primary tool for the resolution of function. So instead of manipulating the plan, for example, if you take the airport of Dulles Airport in, Reagan in Washington, which by the way is an order which is in Heterodoxy, okay? That's one of the orders by Cesar Pelli. If you take the Reagan Airport, the entire thing is solved in section. It's the cleverest section you ever saw. The plan is nothing. It's three bars, but the section, the way you enter, how you dip back, how you look down. Okay, classicism in section just basically goes up. It goes up. Yeah, you can have a taller ceiling. It's the dome in the middle. But do we know that Asplund, you rise into the library, the Stockholm Library, you don't enter through a door, you rise into the dome, right, from beneath. Do we know that? No, we're doing these Palladian things in which you go through the door and we worry on the design of the door. Well, we're missing out. We're missing out by not knowing our own tradition and not keeping up with what's best about modernism. It's like, you know, we're like Habsburgs. We are so inbred that we have ridiculous chins. We don't have a chin anymore. And we demand and say, well, actually the chinless look is really what really counts. And I'm sorry, we need to breed with the peasants. Okay, every once in a while, one of us has to go out and get some decent, robust DNA. Okay, we are so inbred. When I speak to When I go to the ICA, they are so bored with classicism, they never mention architecture. They mention gossip, and they think that that's classicism. I mean, truly, it's pathetic. Okay, we need DNA. We need to go out and take the risk and breed with some peasants. Okay, just to start with.
Thank you. I think what I'm going to say might be appropriate with what Andres has just said now. I wanted to talk about a little bit about IQ and what I've seen, at least in Mexico, but also a little bit on United States and Europe. What I've seen is a decline in taste in the arts and architecture. It seems that almost entirely throughout the entire Western world, IQ as a general predictor of intelligence is on the decline. I know IQ is not to be understood as intelligence itself, but it's a predictor of general intelligence. And having stated that, a decline of IQ strongly suggests to go in tandem with a decline in taste in the arts and architecture included. Something we are putting in the air, in our food, and also the poor leadership of our institutions is being responsible for dumbing down culture. I wish that from my country, we would export also not only reggaeton music, which is very useful in dance clubs or in clubs or for having a partner, but in looking into the human soul, it's not useful at all. Nevertheless, this is being taught institutionally to all the population, and all the classics and the classical music and the classical architecture included is being forgotten. Also relating to globalization on yesterday's talk with Robert Adam. What I'm seeing now is that in the case of arts, but also architecture, we are being asked to believe things before seeing them. So we are being asked to distrust our instinct and believe first in ideologies. In other words, we do not see to believe anymore, but we have to believe first and then see. And some people are saying that we have probably entered a modern or postmodern intellectual dark age. The role of durability, usefulness, and beauty is more relevant than ever. How do we deal with this cognitive dissonance with people who have been even trained to dislike classicism or traditional architecture? Maybe one answer, and please, I'm really looking forward to you to telling me how. Maybe one answer could be, as a friend here present told me, and I was very adamant about this, to embrace the new technologies like virtual reality. With those new technologies, to apply all the knowledge that we have to imagine more incredible, more fantastic places, to eventually build them. Thank you.
This treatise that has drawn as plates 360 orders, all heterodox, all by masters, okay? Because if they weren't by certified masters of architecture, you'd say, well, that's a mistake that happened. That's a provincial situation. So they're all by masters. Just something about Asplund. The same year, Gunnar Asplund designed the tomb for the Minister of Finance of Finland. Now, if you can imagine a more proper Lutheran than the Minister of Finance of Finland, you can see how dry it was. It's a masterpiece of dryness. The same year, he designed the Scandia Cinema, which is not much for us here in Miami, but it was the most fun place in Helsinki. The most fun place. And they're both Doric, or they're both Dorics. And they're completely different, completely. One is granite, there's virtually no articulation. One is gold leaf, thin, like a dancing, I mean, it's almost a stripper of a column, okay? This same architect had an incredible range of expression. So the regular folk, the uneducated folk, the people who do not have taste, can nevertheless could see that is its tomb of a sober man, and this is where I can actually have fun tonight. The ability of classicism economically to express and communicate to the people is the most, there's nothing that has a better cost-benefit ratio. Okay, if you want to communicate with somebody, build an economical box and put the right column on it, the right order that communicates to the great unwashed what's going on. This is a tomb, this is a party house. This isn't a one-off time. The order that he used in the Scandia cinema, which probably means, I don't know, but it was a lot of fun, the Scandia cinema. It was like a party house outdoors, but was the Pompeian order, okay? Anyway, you can see it there, okay. That's the entrance of Scandia cinema, absolutely scandalously fun by Scandinavian standards. Okay, do you realize that every time Morris Lapidus or Paul Williams, the great architect of Hollywood, or anybody designed a party house, they had recourse to the Pompeian proportions? It was just a tool. It was a tool to say, we're partying tonight. Do we have that in the repertoire of our current fourth recall classicism? No, it's as if it didn't exist. Not only do we not know that that entered the repertoire in the second recall and the third recall to order, we don't look at this and say, this is something we could learn of. I don't know what we look at when we go visit Asplund. What do we think? What does a classicist of the fourth recall think when they look at that? Do they say, oh yes, let's go have a beer? Do they say, perhaps I can learn something? Do they say, what the hell is going on here? This isn't a provincial with bad taste. So I'm going back to your, what's that Mexican dance that you called it? What did you call it, Noe? I'm sure it's vulgar. Okay, I can see what that implies. Mostly wiggling your ass, okay? If I know anything about Latin culture. Well, what's wrong with that? Why do we have to not? Why does classicism not allow wiggling your ass at night when you want to? Why can't we extend the repertoire to also do that? So anyway, that's my proposition. Yes, we can do that too. Just let's not be above it. Let's emulate success wherever it is to be found, and let's have sympathy for the amusements of the common folk.
Ruben, do you have a question or a comment? Yeah, anything that you would like to ask Andres or comment, or I mean, your reflections on his talk?
Yeah, I was just thinking. I think that there's a very strong point there, but where to begin and how to filter the things you want to adapt from modernism, and which ones you absolutely don't. Like, where's the line?
I have speculated about this. I do not have any certainty as to where that line is drawn, but I do know that if you take the risk with the Ferrari, which is classicism, you will sometimes fall off the cliff. And I think that we, the other classicists, should applaud the attempt. Okay, instead of saying, you know, poor old Ruben has really lost it. You know, let's just, you know, what an embarrassment. Now, if you stay on the edge of the cliff, then you will have contributed something to Western culture. But if you don't if you don't take the Ferrari to the edge of the cliff, what the hell are you doing? You know?
Yeah, you're probably
just look at Asplund. I would say that Asplund Plečnik made a fool of himself 20-30% of the time, you know? But boy, when he hit it, he really moved classicism forward, you know? And if you go to Ljubljana, which should be Ljubljana for me is my Veneto, okay? That's the beginning and the end of it. That's where I go to learn everything and to take courage. Everything's there, including, by the way, straight classicism when necessary, he could do it. But I would say that we should have as heroes people who take risks instead of people who are correct. And I have to say, I have an incredible beef with the ICA because they have this ability to very subtly denigrate people who don't work correctly. You know, like, oh, well, that's Bob Stern. You know, oh, but that's Steve Mouzon. They have no understanding of what's being attempted. And I think actually we should begin by excluding them from this group, just to make them feel the sting that they usually apply to other people.
And then, but also I think, yeah, because I'm very much involved in just trying to communicate and getting the whole message out of this, yeah, of this field. And then I wonder, because I think there is two completely different ways about how we look towards the future, and also concerning architecture. Maybe this is a little bit of a different point, but one of them, and I think it really ties into the vision of the future, like what kind of future people envision. And one of them is, one we see in movies, we see in science fiction. Basically, it's like the glass and steel. It's the modernist aesthetic, which a lot of people see as their view of the future, because we think, we're heading that way, the way of flying cars and robots and shining skyscrapers, Dubaiification. But if you asked for them, like, what your personal future will be like, well, they want to live in a comfortable house with where their children can play in the garden. Completely different view of society. So I'm wondering how we can promote a different view of a different paradigm of this future, because I think it is also a self-fulfilling prophecy in some way.
They're both. The answer is both. Okay, and I'm going to make an analogy that's going to mean a lot to Americans, but maybe not to Europeans. Do you know the traditional American painter? Oh God, help me! I'm so bad with names. The most famous popular painter.
Edward Hopper.
No, the guy later who did the covers for Look. Did a very famous Thanksgiving dinner image in which there was the mother serving the turkey, and there were 3 generations present, and they were all white, and they were all really getting along, and they all had a genetic similarity. You could tell it was a family, and they were having a good time. They were sitting around the table. It's a really heartwarming scheme. Then if you can imagine, you should all look it up. Okay, Thanksgiving dinner by Norman Rockwell. Then try to remember the cantina scene at Star Wars. Do you remember when they're there and all the different, the tall blue guy with 3 eyes and the short little round one, with 1 eye in the middle, and everybody, and the people that had tentacles and the people who had a nose, whose brain was in the nose and all that. You know what was interesting about the Star Wars scene is that they were all talking to each other. That's what made it poignant. That's what made it hilarious. That's what made it powerful, because all these stupid creatures, all in separate cages, are totally boring and stupid. But talking to each other, it's absolutely riveting. And I would say that architecture, classicism, should range for the families who do want the Thanksgiving dinner of Norman Rockwell, and there are others who are absolutely amused and adore the bar scene at Star Wars. And the weirder, the better. I think that architecture can tighten things up to allow a very narrow range of behavior, very comfortable, but also it can also broaden so people are comfortable toggling back. The very same people that can sit down for Thanksgiving can actually have a wild party in the same room. Or the same plaza. I am not saying that's easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but I do know that a perfect Renaissance plaza does not necessarily allow the toggling. You know what toggling means? When you toggle back and forth to different ranges of things, the stuff that happens in TikTok, over again. Architecture has to have that ability to toggle back and forth to a much wider range. For example, Correa's, that city of his that has 4 different ideologies. Okay, there it is. It's great. I love that. I really love that. Okay, look at them. Look at the little kid, look at the grandmother, look at the turkey. And then if you can find the cantina scene at Star Wars, and you find that they're just talking to each other. The fact is that they're actually having a great time at the bar. That architecture is capable of that range, and we should develop it. nothing that I'm saying is easy. You know, where do you draw that line? You asked a very interesting question. How do we include things? Where do we draw the line? I agree that I don't know how to do that, but I do agree that it's worth the attempt.
And what is their starting point if you want to start experimenting? Like, where do people evolve from modernism to classicism and then start, experimenting, or do you want to? Yeah,
well, I think you have to. There's an English term called empathy, which is you basically sympathize, you inhabit the person. Like, for example, if you go to that. Actually, that building is by Snøhetta, the building that I'm saying in I think it's in Finland or someplace. Snøhetta's building actually might have been canceled, or for all I know, it leaks and has collapsed. I don't know. Okay, but it won a competition. And if you go there with sympathy, instead of saying, God, this is gross, you know, if you go there with sympathy and you watch the people sort of the magic of climbing to a rooftop, you know, with empathy, that's where you start. You know, like, these are regular humans, you know, they're not maniacs. And I think that architecture, modern architecture, actually has the ability not only to astonish, but to actually please people in a very interesting way. But by the way, 2/3 of those experiments fail. You have to understand that we really are talking about falling off the cliff, but their willingness to do it, their willingness to fall off the cliff is really more than anything what we should emulate. So that line, I think that line should not, we shouldn't be so concerned about, well, you're talking about a line. I actually talk about a redoubt. I talk about a fortification wall. What I'm asking you to do.
I'm more thinking about also educating people, like in which system are people educated, and when, and how do you pull people into just knowing the basics of traditional design, and then, because that system is also eroded and well,
I have a very cruel theory about that. I think that the number of people who are uneducated, vulgar, and have bad taste is pretty constant. But in the past, they didn't have enough money to affect the built environment. They had enough money to buy a bonnet or an apron, okay, or a horrible teapot. But now we've given them a lot of money, and they've escalated the bad taste to the level of the built environment, and that's what's new. It's not that the humans are new, it's they have more money to affect the built environment. They should go right back and just buy bonnets, you know, or whatever, you know, or whatever they did.
Am I the only one here who's not an architect?
No.
Okay, so who makes things with their hands? Because I hear a lot of theory and I hear a lot of talk about, you know, all sorts of different styles. No. Do you have you ever?
I make things with my. I resent everything. I don't make things with my hand. Have you spent like a year carving on a job site? No, I haven't, but I have actually hurt myself lifting concrete. You guys are disassociated with the physical world in a very, very serious way. Yeah. You don't understand it. You don't understand the physical world, and that's a problem. So you keep talking about the way in which classical architecture is eroded. There's no context for understanding it because people don't make it. So you can't understand it. I'm sorry, you can't. And that's the reality. When you get into actually physically making things and working with your hands, you get an association with the physical world that you cannot get with a pencil, that you cannot get by sitting around and talking about it all day. I'm sorry, you're how to make, man. What's so hot about a chisel over a pencil? Sorry. What's so hot about a chisel over a pencil is that I'm actually making something at full scale in the physical world. What's so hot about stone over paper? It's because you talk and you talk and you talk about all of the stuff, but you don't make it. You don't physically go out there and realize your vision. Go out and realize your vision. Why don't we just weigh how much you have made in this world, and I'll estimate the weight of what I have made in this world. And if it isn't, I'm not here to get into I'm talking about physical. Because you guys are, you know, there's a lot of ego to go around. So I'm not trying to get into a pissing match of ego. All I'm saying is that it's just, if you want to understand, it's like when I look at the Trajan column and I look at the Trajan inscription at the base of the Trajan column, the letters that were carved there are very, very particular. And
no one else here can understand those letters the way that I understand them because I've been carving them for about 40 years. And there's an immediate association that you get with the physical making of these objects and understanding them in the material at full scale as they exist in the physical world is a very, very important thing to understand.
Yeah.
And you guys are talking a lot.
Just as long as it isn't at the expense of this, I grant you that it's important, but you cannot say that this isn't important.
It's worth arguing this point, I believe.
It's got.
I'm not sure how many people here are MacArthur Award winners, but the two of them that I know are speaking to each other right now. FYI. It's Andres Duany and Nick Benson, the famous carver. Keep on going. I didn't want to
interrupt. The difference between you
interrupt.
and I is that I have an eraser. I have an eraser, and you don't.
Look,
Once you
Anders,
blow the
I
carving,
appreciate the knowledge that goes into all that you guys must understand about the history of architecture. From your earlier comments about the various and sundry buildings all over the world, you have a great knowledge about architecture. All I'm saying is that it's like, if you don't get out there and if you don't practice, the problem is that post-World War II, people stopped making with their hands. You mentioned earlier, you keep saying the unwashed, which I find to be quite offensive.
I did that on purpose. I'm trying to be terminated.
Be sarcastic? Okay. If you're trying to be sarcastic, I get it.
Yeah.
However, if you go pre-World War II and you look at the way in which everybody did a lot of stuff with their hands, guys understood a lot about woodwork. They did a certain amount of work with metal. They did all kinds of different things with their hands. Women did all kinds of things with their hands too. People in that time would have looked at the work that my grandfather did and they said, that would be wonderful craft. Everyone today looks at me and says, Nick Benson, you're an artist. I'm not an artist. I'm a craftsman.
Yeah.
But this understanding has been lost in time. And there is very, very little physical context to understand it. And that's a problem. That's a problem with making. So no matter how theoretical you get with your architectural concepts, if you don't understand the physical world and the way in which these things are made practically, then you're not going to get the refinements that you get in the classical world, period. That ain't going to happen.
Can I show you something? Do you consider plywood to be a real material?
Absolutely. And there's beautiful plywood work out there.
Right. And I cut plywood all the time with my own hands to
That's
make
great.
interiors.
I'm glad to hear that.
And by the way, plywood is 150 years old. But I love cutting plywood.
Plywood's awesome stuff. I love plywood.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay,
that's what I'm
let's move on. Let's move on. Millie, do you have a question?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So greetings from Australia. We're at 3 a.m. This has been a good wake up call, literally. I just wanted to respond to one of the things that Andre said. The idea of these Ferraris kind of coming off the cliff is interesting. I think that there's a certain balance of risk that you alluded to, Andres, and at one point you said that everyone wants to be, that people should intend to be heroes. I think that one of the problems with the current paradigm is that everyone wants to be a hero. Every young architect going to architecture school sees themselves as a hero, right. And the potential kind of leader of some new innovative way of designing and building. So my fear with that is that you just have lots and lots of Ferraris at the bottom of the cliff and probably lots of Toyota Corollas as well. And we won't have a better outcome at the end of the day. So, I mean, that was my first point. And I guess coming back to one of the things that, Nick alluded to just then as well is the level of talk and theory. Like Marjo, I'm not an expert, I'm not an architect, which is good in a way because it gives me an out if I make a technical error. But I find the movement very inward looking and very navel gazing. I think we talk a lot about ourselves. I think we need to look out a lot more and just to about what normal people think and what normal people want, or at least, people who aren't as conversant in these things as we are. Yeah. That's one of the things that we're trying to do in Australia, because as good as these conversations are and as interesting as they are, at the end of the day, we need to be talking to the people outside this room and not arguing about trivia within it. So a couple of points there. My question for you is similar to Ruben's. It's on the point about the building of foundations, I think I take your point about risk-taking, ingenuity and innovation, and taking what's good from modernism. But it's really hard to innovate when you haven't built the foundations. I think that in a way, you and others come from a privileged position in practice where you have the foundations. Unless you have established those, it's really hard to innovate, and that's actually probably would be an error to do so. Modernism abandoned the teaching of fundamentals and the passing on of fundamentals. You know, the same thing is happening in other spheres of life and other domains. I don't want to depress everyone, but, you know, in K-12 education, for example, we're asking people to, you know, be entrepreneurial and create new businesses and be innovators. And meanwhile, we fail to teach them the fundamentals of basic literacy and numeracy. So what I see Dr. Barras is doing is trying to establish some of those foundations before we can even, you know, get into the more, you know, perhaps more ephemeral things. So my question to you is, what's the sequencing here? You know, you talk about the need to do both, but what's the pragmatic reality about, you know, getting people across the basics?
Okay, thank you for such a formal presentation and formal question. One of the things, let's see, you said something earlier about, I now forget, I know what your question is. Oh yes, the personality of the hero. Okay, so Elizabeth, my wife and partner, was dean for 18 years. And I continually refer to that history should be taught without giving the names of the architects and actually just only showing normal buildings, you know, like wonderful nameless buildings. The problem, what deforms the architectural education is that at no point are you ever shown to learn from a building that wasn't done by a genius. So you have 3-4 semesters of history and they're all geniuses. So of course you deform the mind of the poor kid into thinking that the standard is genius, of which there are 3 per generation. So the rest are just idiots. The rest actually make fools of themselves all the time because the standard is genius. And the press, of course, supports that, you know. And I do think that actually there's an incredible amount of talent, both in modernism and traditionalism, but that's the only thing that's shown to the kid. So the kid and architecture, what Liz says is that it tends to attract people who want to be heroes. That those who, in fact, are more normal, they do other things. They get attracted to other things, including, by the way, filmmaking. I mean, which shares many things with architecture, but you don't have to be such a hero. So if you take as a basis that it attracts a certain kind of person to build big things in the world, and that model is heroic, then you appeal to them. You say, well, you can also be a hero of this other kind, you know, instead of just calm down. And now the other thing that I did was so interesting about the classical discourse is 400 years of a coherent back and forth between practice, polemics, and history. The treatises are not histories, they're inaccurate. The treatises deflect the practice. The historiography reflects the practice. Okay, they're very different. You can always tell a history really tries to represent what's happened. All the treatises are biased. They deflect. If you look at the history of those deflections and you take, let's say you teach 10 semesters and you take them through 10 treatises and say design within this treatise every semester, you would have an incredible classical education. Incredible, because each treatise corrects the prior one, enriches this, and eventually delivers you to the modern world. So I think an education like NIR is developing, instead of saying, here's Vitruvius, now go for it, you actually take them through at least 4 treatises, at least 4, and say, do what they say. Man, that would be a great education because it's all there. My contention is not that classicism doesn't have it. My contention is that the Renaissance doesn't have it. Classicism absolutely has it. It's constantly breeding with the peasants, constantly. And linguistically, they're taking the vernacular, taking it through the idiomatic, and delivering it to the academic. Okay, it's an incredible process of bringing up what the population is inventing constantly. The way that language comes out of the ghetto, and then Tom Wolfe writes, you know, an absolutely published, absolutely, I would say, admirable author, takes ghetto talk, uses it idiomatically, it gets picked up by the Oxford English Dictionary to become academic. That is exactly the process of architecture that we should take. Now, some of us are not, we're never going to be peasants. Okay, it's too late. Sorry, guys, you've had an education, you can't recover that. Okay, but you can't ever be a peasant again, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I'm trying desperately, I can't get there. Okay, but you can look at what the peasants are doing, or the ghetto kids, or the vernacular, whatever you want to call it, bring it up to the idiomatic, use like Plechnik the idiomatic, and it'll be picked up by the academic, and before you know it, the classical discourse will be revitalized.
Hi, everyone. Thank you a lot for the presentation, and thanks, Andres Giuliani, for the speech, and thanks, Lucien, for the introduction. I'm not an architect either, based in Belgium, and I've the chance of having as a partner, as a girlfriend, Nadia Evra, who is an architect, who's founded the La Table Ronde de l'Architecture. It's an association with which we try to teach traditional architecture to students of all kinds, because we have not only students from architecture, we also have people from engineering, also people who are not at university level yet. And I think that when they come at us, they don't even think, and when they go out from the architecture universities, they don't consider themselves as modernist. And in fact, this debate does not even exist in their eyes. There's no such things as modernism and classicism, and they don't even think themselves as being modernist. And it's just that what's being taught to them in university, and also their relation to traditions and history. And I feel that in Belgium, we have a very short and perhaps too insufficient history course, meaning that students going out from university have this feeling that everything has to be architecture of their time, and they shouldn't go and take their sources, inspiration sources in history, and try to revisit it as we've always done. So perhaps that's one thing. And also, well, that's the famous Léon Krier already says that, but they feel that with modernism, they have a lot of freedom because they can do whatever they want with no rules. But in fact, it's like the language, and that's where Léon Krier says it's right. I think when he says that language is learning vocabulary in order to be able to express yourself and to be free. Without these rules, without this vocabulary, you cannot be free. And that's something that's sometimes hard to understand, and students have a lot of difficulties. So yeah, perhaps if you have some thoughts about that.
Yes. Okay, I don't want anybody here to apologize for not being an architect. Okay, that is completely ridiculous. All the great architects were not licensed. Okay, including McKim, Mead and White, Le Corbusier, Mies van der Rohe, Alvar Aalto, Léon Krier. So just get over it. Okay, they weren't. And one of the greatest architects, perhaps you don't know, was Herbert Baker. Okay, the second greatest architect of the British Empire, did wonderful buildings in London. He went to South Africa to grow oranges. He was a farmer. Okay, and Cecil Rhodes thought he had some talent, had him build his house, and he became the great architect of the British Empire. These guys were not licensed. It's a disadvantage to have gone to school. I am not kidding. Okay, I'm not kidding. All of us who have had to recover from the brainwashing. You don't have to do that. What you need is the confidence. Like you need, if you hand me a sword and I can touch your shoulder and declare you an architect, you're fine, okay? Just think of yourself as a person who knows how to build buildings. And urbanism, you're perfectly qualified. Don't be intimidated. That's the most important lesson. Okay, you're much clearer than actually most architects. They have a fog in their brain, which is ideology. You don't have it. Just observe what works and what doesn't. Be pragmatists, and you'll be a great architect. But just don't let this group prejudice you either against modernism, because you could very quickly lose your bearings as well whenever you enter an ideology. I don't know what the second question was, but just feel good about not being licensed. And God, you avoided a bullet. Now do travel, okay? You know, just because you can't stay at home and just say, I know how to do buildings. You have to go out and figure it out. And reading is good too.
Yeah,
But
I've got a background in political science, so it's very far from architecture, and I think that architecture will never be my work. Actually, I do have a work, but I tend to get interested in architecture too. And well, if you take the political sciences, for instance, what you learn in university is the basics is Greek philosophy, Renaissance, old text, and you start by reading old text. And in architecture, I feel that because it's the basis on which society is built. It's as if a lawyer did not know the main principles of law and democracy. And well, I feel that in architecture, perhaps it's easily forgotten. Past is something that's good for a heritage, but it's not so interesting for current times.
Yeah. Well, that the constant avant-garde is okay. One of the things you have to understand about traditionalism. Let's say I arrived in Brussels, okay, which is in the balance for a European city, has an awful lot of bad buildings, okay? So if I were to stand in the middle of Brussels and I were to ask, show me a good traditional building, okay, I could turn my head and find one. Oh, there, it's on the left. Or I could walk down the block. If I say, show me a good modernist building, you have to have a discussion and get in a car to find one. Okay, it's not that modernism is incapable of masterpieces, it's just that the win-loss ratio is terrible. Okay, and what we have to do is when you see a good modernist building, say that it is. Okay, because it's not that they're always bad, it's just that the win-loss ratio is completely off the charts. Now, if I were to ask you, I had a bet with somebody, a modernist architect, who said, look, find for me a bad building that was done before 1930. I'll send you a check for $100. He died before he found one. He couldn't find one and send me a photograph. The thing about traditionalism at the most pragmatic level is that it tends to succeed and modernism tends to lose, tends to fail. But it's not that it is incapable of succeeding. And if you grant them that there are great modernist buildings, then you can begin dialoguing and learning. I think some of those buildings that Robert Adams showed in London, quite a few of them, actually are terrific to live in, and they're modernist. So grant them that. It doesn't all have to be terrible. And with ideology, we're not having architecture is the last of the acceptable religious wars. You got to be kidding. In the 20th century, that I don't like people because you're about to meet somebody says, well, I already don't like them. He's a modernist. Well, what's that? A Protestant? Like, what are we talking about? The religious wars? It is so archaic, this war that we're running. It's totally out of date. Just judge the building. By the way, I think there's a very high proportion of traditional architects that are complete assholes, okay? Because they can be, because their stuff is good. Most modernist architects are charmers because they have to be. They have to be charmant because the buildings are so unlikable. But you can't judge a person, judge the building, Just judge a building. And you find a modernist building that you like, that you think is good, meet the person, bring them in, learn from them. And also you have to put up with modernists and the traditionalists in the ICA also. It's a terrible experience, but you have to.
Yeah, something really strange happened in the history of architecture after 1968, perhaps between 1945 and 1968. We had something going on that was really amazing, because we had at that point the discovery of typology, a discovery of morphology, Quatremer de Quincy, Aldo Rossi in the United States, Death and Life of Great American Cities, Complexity and Contradiction. I mean, the 1960s, the early 1960s was a moment in history that was absolutely fundamental for everything that came on after 1968. But somehow, after 1968, everything went down the drain. And everything that you're talking about as the forthcoming of Christ in classicism after 1968 is really, I mean, a bad kind of historicism, very nostalgic, based on canons, I mean, very conservative, not something that is process oriented. I mean, that is trying to evolve classicism.
But Jaime, I have to disagree with something. First of all,
you're free to disagree. Yes, sir.
Well, the classical discourse since the Renaissance has been continuously correcting and enriching itself. Okay, it has been, and it always deals with the problem. Okay, the wheels are always falling off the train of architecture, and classicism is there with a new treatise to recall it to order. Okay, over and over again. We're in the fourth recall. Our history, as you say, began in 1968. Actually, I'm sorry, began in 1960. It actually began in 1959 when the Italians at the CM conference actually started showing buildings that were classically composed with pitched roofs.
Correct.
They had a huge fit. 4 years later, CM was dissolved. They dissolved it. They won almost immediately. And then they began restructuring the city very haltingly. Leon Creer is actually the culmination of a 20-year attempt to relearn how the traditional city is made. He is the culmination of Candilis Joseket Wood, Stems and Webb, Team 10, etc. The curious thing is how well we were doing until the Beaux-Arts exhibit at the Museum of Modern Art, in which, as I said, Frampton, you can read the assumption of the writings of that period is that we were in, even our opponents, okay, were very unhappy to report that we were in for a traditionalist revival that would last a generation. They would talk about that. And then we lost it. Okay, then we lost it. And I think, I have some theories, but I think we have to study after we had captured the redoubt, after we had captured the heights, you know, how we lost it. So now we've been on a defensive continually. Most of you guys here have spent your entire life watching traditionalism on the defensive, when actually for a very short period we had won. And it was later, Jaime, it was the Beaux-Arts. It was the
1960.
Yeah. And I think what we underestimate, as Clausewitz would say, your enemy doesn't sit still. What we underestimate is the ability of modernism in a very agile way to correct its proposition. By the way, now, you know what modernism is doing now? Carving. You know what they're teaching in all the schools? Ornament. Ornament. Machine-made ornament, but it's ornament.
Exactly, machine-made ornament. That's the key thing, machine-made ornament. And I hate to bring it back to the physical world, but I have to say something about this.
Yeah.
To you guys, as architects, how do you feel about the way in which the digital realm is affecting the physical world? So everything, almost all, I mean, Andres, you picked up a pencil and you're like, hey man, I draw with a pencil, and I totally
I'm drawing right now.
This is great, but you must admit that almost all design today starts in the digital realm. It's all exists in the digital realm, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to recreate what exists in the digital realm in the physical world, and that's kind of bass backwards.
Okay, let me ask something though. If classicism is the solution to prefabrication, as Lucien's and the Edwardian Empire.
Who says it is if you're using CNC machines?
Well, the fact is that the modernists did one thing right. You know, Gideon, their theoretician, said, regretfully, he said, by the way, the Bauhaus was all about craft.
Absolutely. And that's what I love about going into a Frank Lloyd Wright structure. You go in and it's beautifully made by really, really, really capable craftsmen.
But you know what Gideon said, why the Bauhaus also collapsed? He says, we have the problem of large numbers, quote unquote. Okay, large numbers. Everything that happens in the world today is the speed in which it has to be done, the number of people being born every year. Just look at the number of people being born in China every year. I mean, during this speech, during this conference today, somebody can calculate how many people were born into the world, births over deaths, in the 3 hours we've been talking. And you say, you can't carve your way out of this. But we can with what you know. Okay, your hands will disappear one day, regretfully. Can you apply them to the digital world? Can you hold your nose and help us?
This is an interesting situation, because I'm going to bring up two separate buildings that I worked on for Robert A.M. Stern. One was the two new colleges at Yale,
right,
College and Benjamin Franklin College, and the other was the new Schwarzman College in Tsinghua University in Beijing.
Who's the architect for that? Who's that?
That's also
Robert Stern.
Yeah.
So I worked on both of those buildings, and although they were quite different buildings, the ghost of the machine was very, very, very visible in it in terms of the physical buildings themselves.
Yeah.
They're also, you know, and Bob Stern does have a tendency to sort of repeat details in some of the finer points in panel work and things like that. But the physical objects themselves were really, really indicative of the digital realm. They looked like they popped out of the machine, despite how he designed them. You know, the new colleges at Yale don't look anything like the old colleges, although they're trying very, very hard to be so.
Right. May I just say one thing about okay, your carvings for Yale?
Yeah.
The drawings were done by Pat Pennell, and they went through a phase in which they were scanned for 3D. Okay, what he did is he actually drew the rather comical, you know, aspects of the things, and he put shadows in, and a machine scanned them and made them three-dimensional, and you carved them. But there is an interaction between the machines and your skill. There is. By the way, you know David Schwartz. So I was talking to him. He was doing this new town in Texas that was absolutely perfect. You should see it. It's in Fort Worth. Mm-hmm. And it looked perfect. And then I went to visit one day, and there was this huge volume, this bracket this big, this bracket this big, okay? And the guy was holding it with one hand while he put the adhesive on the ceiling. It had been carved perfectly by a CNC machine, perfectly. And now, so I asked myself, would Palladio have used Drive-It if it had been available?
Most likely.
I think, you know, one of the things at Palladio, I'm old enough to have visited the Rotonda while it was the Villa. It's, by the way, even the names have changed. When the stucco had all fallen off. And I looked at the brick and the stone. He used anything to build it. He used brick, he used stone, he used pieces of Roman thing. If the workers had used tin cans for their sardines, they would have stuck the tin can on, okay? They just put everything they could reach, and then they stuccoed it.
So Anders, here's a question for you. Do you think
about honesty? Why are we so interested in honesty when it never has existed?
Here's a question for you. If you think the Pantheon, if it were made with CNC, say somebody made a replica of the Pantheon in CNC, and they made quote unquote perfect. That's by what criteria do you judge quote unquote perfect? But at any rate, say you pop out a replica of the Pantheon, at least in terms of the way in which it was designed, not replicating all of the idioconsistencies that exist in the actual structure as it exists today, but you make a version of it in CNC. Is it as beautiful an object? I mean, granted, history has put a beautiful patina on the Pantheon.
It depends how you read history. The Pantheon is perfect. I really love that it's stone and stuff. Okay, I get it. But do you know that those columns were made in Egypt? Okay, they were made in Egypt. They were prefabricated. Okay, got it. Now you might say, well, it was a bunch of slaves using, using hands, but they were prefabricated. They're all identical. Do you know they came the wrong size by 4 or 5 feet? They're the wrong height. They got it wrong. And they had to lower the pediment, and the proportions are all wrong. I think we can talk about perfection and the ideal, and we should, because everybody does. But there's also something called the practice, which is different from the theory. Okay, even Palladio's orders do not follow his own treatise, as you know. Okay, the buildings in the treatise are not what was built, because things are tough out there. Sometimes you get to have them made in Egypt, and sometimes they're the wrong size, and you got to have some agility. One of the problems that makes architects, somebody said we shouldn't be pandering to heroes. Okay, I get it. But we also shouldn't be pandering to perfectionists that are completely incapable of dealing with reality. I think that actually, look, the problem with modernism, one of the problems with modernism is that it has no slack. When everything has to be lined up, including the electrical outlet perfectly, and when it's off by 2 inches, it's a tragedy. You know that that's modernism vulnerability. The wonderful thing about traditional architecture, that it actually revels in imperfection. If you look at those, just look at the back facade of the Villa Snellman by Asplund, okay? Nothing lines up by 6 inches on purpose. Just look at it. I mean, I don't know whether you can find the drawing. It's the most astonishing polemic about the vitality, perhaps of the hand, okay? The fact that the hand isn't perfect, but the vitality of slack, S-L-A-C-K. The vitality of slack we cannot desiccate out of classicism. Okay, the human that we love is imperfect, and we have to manifest the imperfection. By the way, we don't have to learn it, it takes care of itself. Okay, one of the things, imperfection and mediocrity is like gravity. Okay, it's just like gravity. Whatever you launch always becomes mediocre. So let's develop an architecture that thrives on that aspect of humanity, which is mediocrity. I mean, we're all going to end up horizontal. Gravity wins, mediocrity wins. Let us just go with an architecture that can tolerate it and actually thrives on it. And I think that's what those classicists, those Scandinavian classicists were after. When, we shouldn't be looking at Villa Rotonda only, we should be looking at Villa Snellman, and we should worship the Stockholm City Hall. We should see every single thing that is on and every single thing that is off, because it's perfectly tuned to reality. And that's why it was the most famous building in the 30s in the world.
Lucien.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so interesting to hear you debate. One thing I would like to go back to the original kind of purpose of Andre's, proposition to offer a recall to order, so the fifth recall to order, and also the mention of treatises and these successive treatises which each time add to a previous one, and so most of these treatises are, they have like a kind of agenda. They have like the orders. They have a number of things. They have how do you construct this? How do you build that? And so there's a lot of these treatises which would need to be kind of really, really incredibly updated and also recalibrated, because you were mentioning in the book you are planning with Heterodoxy, you kind of have hundreds of orders which you kind of have drawn from the history of architecture, and you kind of, and at some point, and you mentioned the pages and so on. So I'm a little bit my question is really, what is really a treatise? You know, how would this treatise kind of add to the treatise? Would it cover all the stuff the former treatises would cover?
Yeah.
Or will it be a completely new approach? Because
Okay. I think.
Let me finish. I'm not done. Because a lot of the things have been discussed, it's not only about architecture, it's about the society, it's about the modern world, it's about networking, it's about communication. How will all of that go in a treatise so that, for example, Millie can use it in Australia, and Ruben in Holland, in Netherlands, Flavia, Mexico, and that it covers, you know, and it has this kind of universality of the treaties at the period they were kind of offered. And I think often not used really, because the treaties were often written by people who are frustrated about the quality. But then, as you said, it's very, very rare that you can never find a building where Vignola is literally, his proportions are used, and he never used it themselves. He never used it himself. He wrote it for other people. He said, my work doesn't need it, but the other people, the work is so bad that they need to have some type of direction.
Yeah. Okay. One of the things that you get to respect about the treatise, since I've written one, is how incredibly expensive it is. Okay, because you have to make plates. It's an enormous bit of writing. And in the old days, when actually the paper was handmade and the printing, you had to really believe in it. It had to have a purpose or it wasn't worth doing. So one of the things about the 60 or so treatises is that and by the way, quite a few of them went bankrupt. The writers just lost everything they had on the treatise. Each of the treatises had a purpose. There are very few that actually were just complete replicants of, let's say, a Vitruvius or a Palladio. They always deflected things. The problem is that now, if you were to say tomorrow we have to have a treatise, today, we can't wait for this one for Heterodoxy. I think you can assemble perfectly a treatise out of Leo Creer's work, including the orders, how you build, etc. He has, once you understand the filter of the treatise, you can actually select from Creer's work and writings a modern treatise that would be perfectly functional, including, by the way, the relationship to modernism, which is what he's working on now. So we have a treatise, but we first have to say that Vitruvius isn't it, and that Palladio isn't it, okay? That's done, okay? And that we actually do have a treatise and that we can begin using it. The treatise I'm writing is not for you guys. It's not. You're the fourth recall. You're not going to get it, going to fight it. You don't think it's necessary. It's
I want the treatise. I want it. I want your treatise.
Well, I can actually, my lecture today had a lot of it, but it's actually part of the polemic is that it's not for these guys. Maybe you, Flavio, maybe you are young enough. Okay, maybe, but I'm not sure. It's for the next generation. It's not for Lucien.
Yeah, too bad.
But you understand that what's going on now is look, I mean, I could show you, I diagram an hour in which I show you the treatise and what I prepared today, okay?
Yes, this was for the audience. This was for the audience because in the chat, they're sending links. So I was suggesting that they can just share images if they wanted to.
Okay, well,
this is an experiment.
I have a talk about what I'm doing now and how I use modernism. By the way, Creer, of all people, is the one who alerted me to the parties of modernism and the language of classicism, and the combination is dynamite. Okay, dynamite. He's not doing modernist buildings. He's doing traditional buildings with an enormous enrichment of the parties. Like, you know, really, I just can't stand anymore to see one more thing with a hallway in the middle and rooms on either side and ensuite and little closets that all, you know, that's not, no one has ever done that. I mean, it's only we who are perfectionists. We're the first people in history who are perfectionists. It's such a misunderstanding of the classical language. And many of the insurgencies represented by the treatises are to say, wait, we got it wrong. Wait.
But you know,
Palladio got it wrong. Vitruvius got it wrong. Wait.
But you know
they were doing.
Just hearing you, Andres, just hearing you talk, I get really shocked when I read, you know, when you say like So there was this treatise, these antique treatises, and then there was 9 centuries of drift. And then you kind of put all the things which happened in these 9 centuries. And before you said that Classicism is not rejecting anything, they are just building one thing on another. And Gothic architecture, it's not all real. I mean, there's a Romanesque and Gothic. I mean, it's so fantastic because it has absolutely the quality you are talking about. It has the peasant, it has the irregularity.
Okay, let me respond to that accurately. Okay, architecture builds. Okay, the Romanesque solved certain the Romans solved certain Greek deficiencies. The Romanesque solved certain Roman deficiencies, and the Gothic solved certain deficiencies, including how you shed water, how you span, the ratio of, okay, we know what Gothic contributed. The next step was Sinan's work in Istanbul. That's where it was going. That was the capital of the world, not the Veneto. Okay, everything was flowing to Istanbul, and everybody knew it. Okay, and Palladio brilliantly said, and by the way, somebody corrected me yesterday that Palladio was not a contemporary of Sinan. They were wrong. Okay, every year of Palladio's life, from birth to death, Sinan was alive. Okay, Palladio never lived without Sinan in this world. Okay, so let's correct that. Furthermore, okay, Palladio knew of Sinan because Barbaro, his patron brother, was ambassador to Istanbul. Okay, so he knew perfectly well what was going on in Istanbul, and all the excitement was there, and I've studied that. I've actually studied what Sinan was doing and how he took everything that came before in architecture and blended it. Okay, Palladio instead said, I'm not going there, and he gave his back to the avant-garde of Sinan and looked back to Rome. It was the first time that architecture had ever looked back. It was always moving forward, and he rejected the Gothic and the Romanesque. Now, he had to do that for nationalistic reasons. And this is something Teofilo Victoria taught me. He says, Palladio was a nationalist. Okay, Palladio had to do that. It had to look to Rome so the culture wouldn't be sucked into Istanbul. Okay, and that's a very interesting proposition. Palladio halted the development of architecture, halted it on its, for the first time in its history, looked back. It was necessary. I get it, it's necessary, but it is not necessary for us to halt the development again, to ignore the next 400 years and still go back to Palladio and Vitruvius and all those guys. That is the mistake that has killed the fourth recall, and that is the beginning and the end, okay, why the fourth recall is failing and is in full retreat, and why modernism is still in advent, still the future. We blew it. We blew it, and Palladio blew it for us. Okay, and so did Vitruvius, and let's not, this group near, make the same fucking mistake again. And I don't think any of you young people should join us in failure.
I think, you know, I just want to say one last thing, because, you know, there are other people who want to talk, but, you know, and...
just don't defend Palladio and Vitruvius, forget it. Bury them,
no,
right?
No, why? No, I like, you know, I like Palladio for very many reasons, and you know, because I like Palladio for many reasons. I'm not defending Palladio Vitruvius. I'm not kind of saying that's the only thing, but I don't think that we should reject anything. And it's just a resource, you know.
Palladio was such a nanny. At least Vitruvius was a drunk, you know, with some vitality. Okay, Vitruvius, if you want to do something here, I get it. Do Vitruvius, but do the original. Don't do a translated Vitruvius by Thomas Gordon Smith or anybody else. Okay, they just cleaned it up. Just go back to Morris Hickey Freeman, okay, and get the real Vitruvius, he was a goof. He was a lot of fun. He's somebody you want to invite to the party. You don't want Palladio at the party. I don't want Palladio as a nanny, okay, or a headmaster. Okay, let's just go to Vitruvius if you want to, but don't tighten it. Okay, don't tighten it. I don't want Vignola to tell me exactly how many diameters. It's bullshit. Okay, and it's a cruelty to actually impose that kind of ridiculous ahistorical discipline on young people.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay with Leon Krier, So I'm
Leon
okay.
Krier is open like that.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Krier is like that. Okay.
I will attend the class on Vitruvius only to understand why you hate him so much.
I don't hate Vitruvius. I don't hate Vitruvius.
Palladio.
Palladio is a disaster. Okay. Palladio.
Come on, Palladio was a good guy. As a matter of fact, if you really read his book, you realize that it's a manual for construction. He has some really good ideas. Actually, the New York City Public Library is built according to Vitruvian principles, and I'm not talking the designs. I'm talking the actual building construction.
Vitruvius, all his orders. He said, Vitruvius said there were 5 ways you had to readjust the proportions of the orders. 5 ways. And one of them, the last one was, oh, by the way, check with the actual Romans. He had 5 ways. It was the proportions change according to the number of columns, the angle of approach, the height of the building, all of that. But Palladio absolutely removed all that. And he said, there's only one way. Okay, and then Vignola made it even tighter and Scamozzi even tighter. It was like, excuse me, where'd you get that? That's not what Vitruvius said. And God knows what Thomas Gordon Smith, taking it down to 3 orders.
Oh, leave the guy alone. We only speak.
No, we don't.
Whatever.
No, he's a nice guy. That's different. Sorry.
They're all guys to learn from.
Just don't. That's not a Vitruvius. That is a Thomas Gordon Smith treatise.
Vitruvius himself, actually, of all the people, it's so amazing that engineer who really didn't build that much, and I don't know what he really knew or practiced, that his treatise of all of them survived. Okay, that's maybe an ode to mediocrity or something. But I do have to say that the Pont et Chaussée during the revolution or after the revolution actually saved architecture for another 100 years.
No, I get it. But by the way, 58 documents, 58 manuscripts survived, not one. The amount of
Vitruvius. Yeah.
The amount
and he was well known. He was well known throughout the Middle Ages. It wasn't like it was rediscovered already.
The Old Testament only has these. This is in the Old Testament. What about the stuff they rejected? Where's the rest of the stuff? Okay, that's not in the Old Testament. Who decided what was going to be in the Old Testament? They're wrong. They're wrong. And same with Vitruvius. There were 58. Okay, manuscripts discovered.
Marjo, do you have a question?
I think I had a comment, but that was a while ago.
Okay.
I've been enjoying this discussion so much, and this is very educational, and with all the historic stuff that you guys know so much about, this is really the best time of my life. And I just realize how much there is still for me to learn and to read and maybe to write also on some way. But I think my comment was, maybe there's some humor in this comment. It was about when Andres was mentioning what the modernist educational institutes are doing. So you were referring, for instance, to the fact that they are teaching ornament now. So the modernists of our days are now, instead of having abandoned ornaments, they have taken them up and now they are doing ornaments. So my comment or question would be about terminology, because ornament, the Finnish term used, the equivalent for ornament, would mean something that is meant to beautify. And all the modern or modernist so-called ornaments that we see in new buildings, I would say that they are not meant to beautify anything. They are meant to, or if they are meant to do something, they are meant to uglify, or at least what they seem to be doing. They seem to be uglifying instead of beautifying whatever they are attached to. So maybe a reflection on the terminology. If ornament is in English meant to be something to beautify, or would it also include the uglifying feature?
If we consider ornament to be the moldings, the profiles, okay, that is only some treatises that believe that that's ornament. If you look at the French treatises of Freya de Chambray, for example, they take the orders and put stuff all over it, everywhere, like this and everywhere else, that I consider very ugly. Okay, there's no question. The Freya treatise, but what they tried to do was amuse. Okay, they were kind of bored with the the aesthetic Italians, and they were commissioned. Freya was commissioned to develop a French order, and he didn't have the creative capacity to change the proportions. What he did is he just slathered tattoos all over it. I think the modernists are actually by engaging ornament, and I know what they consider ornament. It's mostly graphic cutouts of panels and 3D pourings. I think that they're not there yet, but at least they're trying. Okay, they're really trying, and that is what I respect about them. Is they are taking territory, and we're not. We're actually spiraling inward to ever greater perfection. And that's a totally different attitude towards the future. As the future gets uglier, in our opinion, out there, we go back and we say, like, really, there are people, most classicists that I want to have an argument with, they say, but beauty, that's what we're after. Beauty justifies everything. Well, I know it's rather more realistic than God sends it down from heaven. Okay, that's slightly more realistic, but not that much more. Okay, and they don't go further. They say beauty, that is self-evident. Well, whose beauty? Whose beauty? Like, look at, what is the female ideal now? Is it really a nymph, or is it actually an athlete? What is beautiful? It's completely subjective. We've got to bring this discourse to the point where the answer that shuts down argument isn't just saying beauty. But by the way, that's what happened yesterday. Yesterday in this conference, there was a whole argument that just ended up with beauty. That's why we do it. And everybody shuts up.
Billy. And this is the last question from the panel before we open the room to the audience. So thank you.
Well, one reflection on that, I find that the argument for beauty works really well with my mum and just people on the street. They like it, and they don't have any philosophical kind of, like this kind of frictions that we get in. They don't have that same response. So I find it works really well with the people I speak to about it, and they know what beauty is because they have an inherent intrinsic feeling for it. So, I mean, I think some of these debates are a little bit kind of, niche, but I did have a question, and that was, I think that the enemy here is sometimes a straw man enemy. I think that when we talk about modernism and there's this like high modernism that we have in our sights, but I think that when I talk to a lot of the modernist architects that I know, they actually say, well, no, what you're talking about is draftspeople. They're the problem. All of the stuff that's wrong in the world is not because of us architects.
Yes.
And I think that maybe, what we're talking about a lot of the time is industrial modernism. And that brings me back to a perhaps more of a deeper point, is that I think that there's a cultural battle behind this. And that we are fighting a stronger and more overwhelming thing than just modernism and architecture. We're fighting a culture that has optimization and efficiency at the heart of everything it does, utilitarian efficiency. And that's making trade-offs between things. So even if I try to get beauty into that debate, and I know about this because I'm a business strategy consultant in my everyday work, everything about how
the civil service, government, and corporations work is a utilitarian trade-off. And beauty, if it even enters that trade-off in the first place, usually loses or becomes just really, gosh, my 4 AM brain is failing me, but it becomes a little bit of a shadow of itself. So my question is, considering that as our enemy, how might we think about some of the discussions that we've been having today, and would our responses change?
I'd like to say 3 things very quickly, because one of them is important and I forgot. That is that our enemy is not modernism, it's bad traditionalism. Okay? Whenever you go to a school and some student says, well, I want to be a traditional architect, the professors pull out a McMansion or some ridiculously horrible thing and say, is this really what you want? Okay, so they actually use our enemy. If we were to attack bad traditionalism, we would actually have
they're both our enemy. Yeah.
Instead of actually attacking modernism, which actually is completely outside of our discourse anyway. And I think we should be known for actually exposing bad traditionalism, because that's really what's undermining it. So for example, I live in a city, Coral Gables, a huge city that has a huge downtown that requires traditional architecture, requires by code, it gives you 10% more to build. And I'll tell you something, the traditionalism that it's built, even with a committee that tries to improve it, is so bad that I'd rather have modernism. Jaime, like you go to downtown Coral Gables, they say, I'd rather have a modernist building than this piece of shit traditional one. Okay, that's a problem, is that bad traditionalism is our problem. And I can go deep into that as to why it's bad, but that's not the other thing. Now, about beauty. Do you know, if you look at running shoes, okay, this swoop of the running shoes, the complexity of the shoe, right, of the running shoe with all these swirls and different colors and everything, okay, that is beauty. That is a modern image of beauty to such an extent that all the modern yachts are designed that way, and all of Zaha Hadid's building are designed that way. And if you try to buy a car today with an interior, it looks like Zaha Hadid did it, and it looks like a running shoe. Liz is trying to buy a car and she says, I refuse to buy anything that looks like a Nike running shoe. And this, I mean, you can't find a thing except that some kind of Mercedes military vehicle that actually uses straight lines. And that's beauty to the modern world. So how do we deal with beauty? You can't just say beauty, because beauty is very questionable. And the worst part is that it passes. At some point, okay, we're going to go back to Ked's sneakers, and every single thing that looks like a running shoe is going to be so uncool that you can't give it away. And so we do need something, some permanent notion of beauty. I get it. And classicism does do that. Now, I'd like to say the second thing about the spreadsheet. So you want somebody to actually pay for classicism, right? And you're assuming that the spreadsheet doesn't work. Well, try this experiment. Build a house that's a box with what Americans call 5, 4, and a door. Okay, 5 windows above, 4 windows and a door. Okay, a standard 5, 4, and a door. And then buy $15,000 worth of classical architecture. Buy a pediment made out of polyurethane, you know, some good durable material with good profiles. Buy columns, stick it on for $15,000, and you can sell that house for $40,000 more. There is nothing that increases value on a spreadsheet basis more than Renaissance classicism. So if you want the spreadsheet, that's it. Now, don't go to, however, do not go to Palladio, go to Home Depot and see what's available, okay? Because some of it is very good and it's all made out of plastic. But we can win on the spreadsheet alone if you want to reduce it to that. I do that all the time. I just say,
Well,
yeah, if the world is spreadsheet, let's not give up on it, or not the world.
Yeah.
But I have to say something to Millie about the actual practical aspect of people looking at the bottom line. When I have large architectural jobs that I'm doing, any of the big civic memorials like the Martin Luther King Memorial or the World War II Memorial in DC, whatever they may be, oftentimes today, folks come into the studio, they look at what I'm doing, and they say, okay, I don't understand why on earth we would want you to design a site-specific typeface, and carve lettering by hand, because I see no value in that. There's no value in that. There's no bottom line value in that when we have thousands of typefaces and we have CNC machines that can conceivably pump out something that will be a facsimile of what you're doing.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is oftentimes what takes precedent in the world today. It's like, hey, sorry. And beauty loses, at least it does in my industry.
Yeah. So Andres, Flora Oundo has been sending me questions from the audience. And there's one here that is very interesting. And I'm gonna introduce the question with this premise. Reading Vitruvius, I mean, in the first chapter of Vitruvius, he specifically talks about what are the important things that an architect requires to become an architect. I mean, what is the personality of an architect? What are the things that he needs to do? How he has to engage culture and civilization in order to become the perfect personality that he wants. I mean, this Platonic form that he has in his mind. And there's one question here that says, architecture is too academic. Could you, and schools ruin everything. Could you please tell me what will be the ideal education of an architect?
Okay. I think I actually have a chapter in Heterodoxy, a bill that's on that. And it actually, what it does is it follows the entire classical discourse for 400 years. And you actually begin with Vitruvius. Okay, and you read that and you do that for a semester or two. Then you move on with Palladio. Okay, and you do that for a while. Then, and by the way, that actually, then you get bored with it and you're allowed a little Baroque and Rococo. You know, like, oh, I'm bored. I'm so bored with Palladio. I mean, how long did Palladio last, for God's sake? I mean, Michelangelo had to start screwing with it immediately. And so you did Baroque and Rococo, and then you say, okay, enough, everybody back to their beds, okay, back to you. And neoclassicism comes in, and you introduce the Greeks. Okay, now the Greeks are really interesting because the paestum not only is very austere, but it has no proportional system, at least it wasn't discovered until 200 years later. So here you are, you've been exposed to the holiness of perfect proportions by the Renaissance guys, and then they discover paestum, and 3 temples sit next to each other with completely different proportions. And you say, oh my God, we have discovered ammonia-based life. I am at the bar at Star Wars. Okay, if you put together the paestum orders, it's the bar at Star Wars. What are they doing talking to each other, let alone sitting next to each other? So you freak out the kid. And then you say, well, now go free and discover other orders. And I've discovered actually over 20 orders. The problem with with Vitruvius, is he didn't travel very much and he didn't have the internet. So he knew very few orders. There are lots of orders in the world. He happened to know very few. By the way, if you see the unedited Palladio, he originally had only 3 orders. And many chapters later, in fact, in the wrong book, he added 2 more. Okay, and that's one of the most telling things. If they had 3 orders, he says, these are the 3 orders. And then later he says, oops, I forgot 2 more. Like, what the hell is that about? And why does anybody correct that? Why do they come back and put that chapter in order when in fact it's in disorder? Because that tells you everything about the openness of the canon that he could add. And by the way, one of the later canons that was so interesting, you notice that there's Doric and Ionic. I mean, there's Tuscan and Doric, there's Ionic, and then there is Corinthian and Composite. Okay, many treatises remove the Tuscan, including Robert Adams. They removed the Tuscan and they removed the Composite because they're too similar. But there's another way to do it. What happens if you add a second Ionic so that it's 2, 2, and 2 instead of 2, 1, and 2? Well, there's a treatise that did that and said, actually, each of the orders also needs a diagonal manifestation. And so there's a treatise that corrects it to 6. Now, you see how it opens up into really intelligent, rational ways that we don't even know about.
Yeah.
How can we not know such cool things? And that's the problem. So I'm not against Palladio. I'm against Palladio being more important than anybody else. He's not. Vitruvius maybe. And you know the importance of Vitruvius? He was such a goof that he left it wide open for correction. If Vitruvius had been a German, there would have been no classical discourse. It would have been locked up, finished. If Vitruvius had been Perrault, okay, nothing left to be done, and we'd all be bored.
So what you're saying basically is that Vitruvius halted the development of classical architecture.
No, he opened it.
Palladio
halted.
Excuse me, Palladio.
Palladio halted it on its step. But he had to do it for nationalist reasons. He had to do it for nationalist reasons. He had a purpose. It's not our purpose. It was his purpose.
If I can quote Richard Sammons, who is one of my teachers, he said, "The Renaissance killed classicism."
Yeah.
Correct. So
but what I find in all this is a really interesting story, because in the last 2,500 years, people have returned to this method again and again.
Yeah.
And you can't really say that the classical method actually, it survived somehow in some ways. I'm not so sure, but
it comes back different. It comes back different every time, though.
It came back different, and it wasn't around from, say, 300 until 1300 that much. And people, the curious and crazy thing is that the people, I think we're exactly at 1300 in terms of our own culture. Not to say that the time spans are equal, but in terms of process, between 1300 and 1500 or 1600, people were fooling around with what they referred to as the classical orders or that classical stuff. They were measuring buildings, finding all kinds of stuff. But then, after that, they were living in a completely medieval way of life. After that, we got the Enlightenment, as if the result of messing around with these shapes opened people's minds somehow.
This is the actual Vitruvius as drawn by Serlio. Look at it on the left. Okay, this is the Morgan translation. This is my translation on the basis of linguistics. Okay, and it goes, this is Leo Creer. Okay, vernacular, idiomatic, academic. The same thing. They're both Ionic. They're 3 Ionics. Incredible width of expression. Okay, that's what I say. Leo Creers has it all. Okay, this, by the way, is by Eliel Saarinen. It's one of the orders. This is one of our plates. This is one of the orders that it's expressing. This is for a young girls' school in Michigan, and it is expressing, this is a young girls' school. Look at the springtime. Look at it. It's exactly what it is. And he also did a boys' school, completely different order. Okay, look at that.
You have it? You have the boys?
I know I have it. By the way, this is 1/4 of the orders we drew. You can see how it's the cantina at Star Wars. And all of them by famous architects. This is the cantina scene at our work.
You are buying your place in history. What can I say? Even again, all over again.
By the way, these are the orders that Vitruvius should have known about if he'd had the internet. Okay, I'm going backwards. This is one rational canon. Okay, this is the canon should never have been 5. It should have been 9. We need 9. And by the way, the names need to be rationalized. Okay, there's parsimony. What is the most economical canon? Okay, these are the orders. These are all the orders that Vitruvius should have had. This is our drawing of the orders that Vitruvius should have had. By the way, this is the Muslim order of Sinan. Extremely interesting. Deserves a treatise in itself.
Yeah, but it's one of only many. It's only one of many, many, many.
Yes, but it's the only one that actually deals with everything. It includes the classical. What he did is he took everything that Romanesque and Gothic could do and put it in one order. By the way, we
You
drew,
have-
this is our plate of all the traditional orders that Vitruvius should have known about, but didn't. Okay?
Do you have the Persian and Indian also?
No, By the way, this is Schinkel. Look at this. Look at Schinkel going from rural to urban. Okay, look at that. Look at that, every single little bit. Talk about ornament. Look at how he actually begins introducing ornament that is localized, completely localized. Look at the subtlety from rough stone to the full Doric. Isn't that amazing? This
Yeah,
is
he was very good.
Well, nobody knows this exists.
No,
There's
I
a
didn't know
single
until
person
now.
in the ICA that knows that Schinkel wrote the Lehr book. Not one. I would bet $100. That's how ignorant we are. And this is Schinkel. Okay, I'm sorry. We're a bunch of ignorance. It's embarrassing. Okay, look at Creers. This is, if I were to assemble a treatise on Creer, now notice the three below. You know what he's doing on top? You know what he's doing on top? This is Vitruvius is saying that proportions change according to size. Okay, which Palladio eviscerated completely from Vitruvius. He just edited it out. By the way, this
He
is
was
a
only
German-
doing farm buildings and a bunch of interiors. He got to do some churches.
Okay, this is an interesting treatise, Friedrich Hess. Look at this, okay? He says, we need this, okay? Then we need this, okay? And then, lo and behold, and then we need steel and we need concrete. Notice that. This is a treatise from the 1930s that does not discard, but adds. Interesting, huh?
That
Okay,
was
look at this.
actually the last moment of real construction, 1933. After that, it was all modernist.
Look at the rationalization of the Greek treatises, of the ones that are not subject to proportion. Finally, there was this guy called Paul Fauré that actually discovered the secret of the proportioning of the orders of Paestum. Okay, we need this stuff. This is new. This is new. Look at this. This is Durand. Okay, good old Durand saying, you know what? This is a lot richer than we thought. Okay, what he has on top is, instead of one Doric and one Ionic, you know, this is a much greater system. They're all trying to recover the richness of classicism. Robert Adam, actually, who does have the most orthodox and best of the modern treatises, reduces the 5 to 3. Okay, look at this is what this is horrible. Okay, this is a Thomas Gordon Smith. It is not a Vitruvius. This is the opposite of Vitruvius. I'm sorry he's passed away. These are the recalls to order. Okay, I don't know whether you can read it, but these are the 5 recalls to order. And this is the 5th at the bottom. Okay, we're at the 4th. I'm sorry, something's wrong with this, but you can diagram the history of architecture as recalls to order and drifts perfectly. And this is how you can tell that our 4th recall to order is a failure. It's the first one that has failed. It's also the first one that doesn't have a treatise. And this is Heterodoxy, which, by the way, is over 1,000 pages. Okay, so I'm very serious about this. I mean, this is a very, very serious, this is an investment in the future of classicism, and it requires the destruction of Palladio and the Renaissance. It just does, or at least the prominence of Palladio and the Renaissance. It has to be sidelined for what it is, which is one event in the history of architecture. One, and not particularly important.
Okay, all right. So you know, at the end of the day, I think what you're really doing here is telling our story, maybe better than anybody else has so far. And so far as Palladio is concerned, I think his contribution was there wherever it was. And what I really found was that none of his stuff resembles his drawings. So to me, it really is a series of suggestions. We use Gibbs as an office manual here, and we work from that. I think Gibbs is a lot prettier than Palladio, but whatever, you know. I think
actually, there's a technical answer, if I may.
Please.
The classical discourse consists of 3 overlapping epistemologies. 3. The practice is always different from the polemic. Okay, and the treatises are all polemic. And the history is always different. The historiography is always different from the polemic. The treatises have no business and have no interest in reflecting the practice. They want to deflect the practice, not reflect the practice. And if you enter and you think it's all the same thing, if you think the history and the polemics and the practice is the same.
The single most important section is where he mentions truth, goodness, and beauty. And it is in the section on abuses, interestingly enough. The rest of Palladio is a bunch of pictures and some technical stuff that if you understand how to build, you can follow and use maybe. But I do think that at the end of the day, we're looking here at a method that is actually very highly philosophically based. And then you have all these effects. Palladio is an effect. His designs are effects of that. The heterodoxy is an effect of that. All the designs we do are effects of that. And we actually perform in various grades of what you call perfection because we are not Correa and Hastings and Lutyens and all the other folks who had access to this practice. They had more practice in their practice.
Well, if we fold in, don't discard anybody, but I think people like Osberg and Asplund have to be the equal of those models, because they're much better adjusted to reality than.
Well, like you said, it's additive. So sure, why not?
Yeah.
That's the beautiful thing about all this stuff.
Yeah.
You can do your thing without needing to have it be iconic.
And the most important architect to us right now should be Plečnik.
Okay. I don't know when you last saw him. I think his Three Bridges. Do you want to explain his Three Bridges?
No, Plečnik died in 1959. He was almost contemporary with the Corbusier. And he, by the way, he had craft. By the way, Nicholas, he was the #1 craft everything. He was a master of carving and hand making and everything. He was just a remarkable guy, and he got a lot of success because it was so well made. Sometimes it was pretty weird, but he was very inventive in a look. He's probably the most currently. He's so popular in that part of the world that he had to be removed from the museums because no one was paying any. His work was removed from the Plečnik Museum because no one would pay attention to any other architect. So talk about populism. You know, he's just an amazing guy and a lesson to us all. He was a solo practitioner. His house is an absolute masterpiece of slack, just amazing. And it's so easy to live in, so absolutely charming, so modest.
What do you think of John Soane's house?
Well, we should know about that too. Well, you should know, if you look at John Soane, his ornament is Celtic and his tomb is Celtic. He designed his own tomb. He's a Celt. He's not a Palladian. And his lesson is that you can actually localize classicism very, very precisely to your tradition.
Absolutely. It's
for example,
like classical music.
His tomb should be as famous as his house because it's perfectly obvious where his head was at.
Isn't his tomb the model for the British phone booth?
Oh yeah, actually yes. Yeah.
Where is it?
I don't know. It's in a cemetery somewhere, but it's in
London.
It's in Heterodoxia. All these orders that are fascinating. And by the way, the reason we stopped Heterodoxia is that we stopped finding heterodox orders. We stopped at around 330.
You probably stopped. So what dates did you stop finding them?
Well, the last one was Creer's redrawing of Le Corbusier, the assembly building in Chandigarh.
So I can tell
which was done at the end of last year.
We're working with our students at the CPI towards developing new styles for the Near East.
Ooh.
Picking up where the children and grandchildren of Haussmann left off in Algiers and Beirut.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But actually,
and then
but
tying it into Palestinian and other Near East vernacular. And
well,
so-
there's El Wakil, as you know, but the master is Sinan, and I wrote. There's a huge, quite a substantial part of heterodoxy that talks about Sinan's orders and the whole system, and it couldn't be included because he was excluded. He was actually excluded. And it's the one
So
that synthesizes Gothic and Romanesque. It's fascinating. And also,
Yeah.
I mean, it's really amazing, and it's automatic. It's pure computer thinking. The guy was a genius. And the fact that we don't revere him means we don't understand half the world.
He really pulled off what they couldn't pull off in Hagia Sophia, actually, without extreme abutments and so on. The thing is that all these guys, they came with that Middle Asian, the Central Asian sensibilities. I recently read The Road to Oxiana, which is by a couple of British spies from the 1930s that traveled under the guise of architectural study. And then now recently I've been reading about the medieval Islamic period with that whole swath of cultures going from Spain to China, realizing that everything that we think we see in India has been replayed in China. Then it went west into Persia, came back both east and west, so that Sinan obviously knew that stuff. And I would venture to think that when you say that it is algorithmic and mathematical, it's because he knew all that other Persian stuff and he had in the back of his mind when he is doing stuff that is Byzantine and Roman based and all that other stuff.
But you have to go. You have to go to the purity of it. When Sinan wasn't particularly concerned about being Islamic, and much more concerned about the failure of Gothic and Romanesque, because what he was doing is he was saying, "Hey, there's a problem with these guys." And the next stage is to fix it. The reason he's a genius, okay, is that he took architecture from the natural sequence of the Roman classicism, Greek, Roman, Romanesque, and Gothic, and took it to the next logical step. That's why he's a genius. While Palladio
he was doing it after 300 years of Islamic experience in Spain and North Africa, and in Persia.
I think that was later.
Sinan was 1600, wasn't he?
He died, I think he died in 1508, something like that.
Yeah. Consistent and really broad and deep discourse among people who are really concerned with construction. And to answer Nick Benson, have you ever held a tool? I asked the other day among the architects who had ever worked in construction. And the hands went up around 50%.
Yeah.
So the idea of the tool bearing hand is of ultimate importance. And even Andres himself said, "I work in plywood." Doesn't matter what your medium is, you need to work in some kind of material, and that's an absolute necessity. Palladio, for better or worse, the Villa Rotonda is among the best buildings ever built. You see the plaster work there, you see the brickwork there. The basilica in Vicenza has very clean, polished marble pieces right next to rough brick and mortar. And
just like Ostberg. Ostberg has columns that you want to lick, not just look at and touch. Lick. Okay, with your tongue.
Get that this guy understood marble.
It's barely out of the mud.
Brick. He understood mortar. He had it under his fingernails. He really felt it in a way, understood it in a way that I don't think anybody else really comes up to that level. I haven't seen anything quite like it, because on the one hand you have the clean, on the other hand you have the very rough, and they live in such conviviality. It's really amazing.
And they remind you, the trouble with these beautiful McKimmey white banks is that you want to lick everything, so it gives you a stomachache because everything is so polished.
You know, McKim White, we used to laugh at it back in the 80s in that period of heroism that you described earlier. And we'd say that they were the best money, the best architecture the money can buy. We walked through St. Peter's and we said, aha, this is the best architecture that money can buy.
Let's do a serious next step. Okay, invite me to a lecture on the Muslim orders. Okay,
Hey, bravo.
Independent of Sinan, back to exactly what he achieved. So, because one of the things about the Muslim orders is that with one order, you have a default condition. It's actually quite fascinating. If you don't have time, you know, because of the problem of large numbers, and you fall back on the Muslim orders, whatever your proportion, whatever your height, whatever your arch, it's automatic. You can computerize it. It's fast. You know, one of the things Rem Koolhaas said was that actually a Chinese architect is 200 times more efficient than an American architect. So one of the things I tell people in my students is I say, look, Chinese architects have 200 times more efficiency, 200 times. Do you think we could cut it to only 50? So they're only 50 times more efficient than you? Let's just cut it to,
you know, the Chinese architect is being watched by his government 24/7. So of course he's working, and the American architect is fooling around on Facebook.
right.
Lucien,
Right.
you have your hand raised, Lucien.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to, I mean, I know this is so interesting and yeah, so passionate. And one thing I wanted to ask, because we have been talking about the orders in kind of really great depth and Palladio and Vitruvian and so on, and treatises. And I would like to ask, what is the relevance, you know, because the orders are not studied at school anymore. And the only places where it's studied, there are very few schools. And then Leon Krier, he says that, you know, in some way, architecture, you have, you would only use orders and this kind of refined classical details in monumental architecture, in civic architecture, and it wouldn't be necessary what you need to do good housing or good vernacular architecture.
Not true at all.
No, those are the academic orders that he's talking about. Look, the reason that the order is important is that architecture is about fundamentally bearing and spanning and the expression thereof. It's the expression of bearing and spanning. And the expression takes place at the capital, at the capital. Yeah. Okay, that is the resolution of bearing and spanning is the DNA of the building. And you have to have a full vocabulary. You may decide not to resolve it. That's also, you can have a mute architecture, you can have an Esperanto architecture, but you can do all of that. It's linguistics. It isn't just syntax, it's linguistics. It is an incredible way to communicate what the building is. And it takes the pressure off the building and the very expensive articulation of modernism. You can actually build a box and put the orders on it and communicate to regular folk.
No, Andres, I understand all of that and I agree with you, but I'm just saying, okay, we have been talking about issues, you know, we have people in the panel who are in you know, grassroots organizations, and they look at the city, they try to bring beauty to their towns and classical planning and so on. And I was just wondering, also in the treatise, what is the weight of the orders in the kind of treatises? Because now we have been talking as...
The treatises generally consist of three parts: the technology, which is actually what it gets near excited, the building types, and the orders. Okay. Over the years, they switch out, they continue to switch out the building type and the technology, but the orders never get switched out, they just get added to. So if you're going to study the treatises, okay, if you're going to actually do a standard, almost like a scientific study, the only thing that's permanent are the orders. And so by studying just the orders in depth, you can see the change of architecture, because the buildings fall out and so does the technology. So that's why the orders are so crucial, because they've lasted for 400 years. They're actually our lab rats.
The orders are very much our language. They're not really languages, they are actually grammars that we use on the buildings to express stuff. And however they're categorized, at the end of the day, they do everything that Andres is talking about.
Well, they're both syntax and semantics. They hold both.
Okay. One last thing, Andres, I wanted to ask you. Did you look at Auguste Choisy when you kind of studied the orders?
Yeah.
Because he has he has all these amazing studies and drawings. You know, he does these axonometric drawings where you see the architecture elements flying, and then you see the section and you see the volumetry. And he studied the orders from pre-classical times. So you have Persian, Mesopotamian, you have the whole range of the most incredible orders you can imagine. And there are hundreds, I think. Okay, well, what we do is, the answer is yes, but I sometimes choose the one that seems to be, because the book has to have limits, the one that seems to be dearest to its heart. And it's slightly subjective, but you can tell the one that the writer's most excited about. But I'm going to look again, okay, at Choisy. I am going to look again. Often I go to the primitive hut. You know, often they have a condition called the primitive hut, you know, which is the the beginning of the discourse. And I sometimes go to that one. That's the one we choose. Okay. But I look again, okay, because that's a very interesting alert. Yeah, and also Geoffrey Bava. You're familiar with Geoffrey Bava's work as a contemporary? We have three orders of his: Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. Okay, good. He did all three. By the way, the only we always have classical orders by famous modern architects. Okay. Always. You know, the only person who never did a classical order is Eisenman. Yeah. I found it by Terragni. I found that there's always a secret order somewhere that you can dig up and see what they were thinking about, but not Eisenman. Yeah, Eisenman is still learning how to do it.
Well, Eisenman is still learning. Yeah, that's exactly. I mean,
he's excited about it.
Yeah, of course.
I have always said that Frank Gehry's last building will be a Greek temple. Yeah, verbatim. And I'm still waiting for it. Maybe. Well, you know,
one of the reasons these guys don't do it is that they actually write their own rules. So they're always the champion. Like Eisenman is always the champion of Eisenman world.
And, no question.
Okay, and once you enter the classical discourse, you can be compared to Palladio, and you can lose. And you haven't got the courage. They don't have the courage to do that. I wrote an essay about courage in the Florida ICA that actually tips the hat to the courage of the classicists, because they present themselves in the same ring for comparison with Lucien and Palladio. Okay, you have to be very brave to do that. All the cowards actually refuse to enter the ring and compare themselves.
Well, yeah, and if you actually listen to Eisenman, he will tell you, he'll report from history, and then he makes this huge leap that nobody actually knows that he's making, and makes absolutely no sense into his own work. I've observed this several times, and it's really funny because he's simply mimicking the history as we all know it, and then he says, "Oh, I'm part of the history," when in fact he's not. But since nobody actually knows the history, they believe him.
Well, that's what I call the lies, the power of lies. He's just lying.
Yep. I think that we're here at a very good point. Jaime Correa is on his way out. He's not going to be back. He is on his way to the airport. I would suggest that we take a 5-minute break right now. And if somebody wants to come back and continue, Andres, let me ask you a personal question. How much more gas do you have in the tank for today?
I could actually give my lecture.
Okay.
Which I did.
I'm happy to. I mean, if anybody has
it's a 1-hour talk that actually, you know, it also shows some of the work. But you know, I think what I would prefer is that you have another conference. Yeah. Like this one, and that we get a chance to think about this, and then you know, and keep going. Don't wait till next year.
Well, that's very kind of you to say, truly, and I'm really moved by that. I really hope that everybody has actually somehow poured themselves a glass of wine here, because it's absolutely necessary. I don't think that there's good work without wine. Sorry about that. In any event,
you know, one of the interesting things to present is if classicism has had in the 20th century several resurgencies that failed, you know, like the Lincoln Center vintage. But you know what really holds up well are Philip Johnson's glass houses, you know, as classical buildings. If you look at
Well, actually,
all these books,
they're simply,
absolutely
yeah,
classical.
but they're follies, okay? So as a folly, you can do anything. And they were specifically trysting follies. And as such, they perform very, very well. So I agree with you, but they fall into what we would call follies. Look at falling water. It is a folly.
Yeah.
And I don't know the other, whatever.
Well,
other.
look, here's one of the things that I would have presented today. So one of the important things is affordability. Okay. And at the moment, the mobile home industry is delivering housing at $55 a square foot.
And it looks it. And it looks it.
Yes. So, and then the next house, the stick-built house, it is 140. So there's a spread of about $90 a square foot that no one is providing. It's 50, and then 140. There's a spread of 90 that doesn't have housing. So what would happen if we take that 90 and spend an extra 45 on the housing, on the mobile home industry?
I think it's a lovely thought. However,
I was going to show you how to do this. Okay.
Oh,
That's what I'm doing. I've been doing that for 5 years. So when you add, you're going to do one of two things. You can tell a kid, okay, 140, reduce the vernacular building by $50 a square foot. Go torture yourself. Or you can say, go to the mobile home industry and increase the budget by $50 a square foot. It's a completely different attitude towards design. You add really cool stuff and better quality instead of reducing the quality. So it's very interesting. Now, one of the things I realized is that the mobile home really doesn't want to be a classical building. I've designed many of them. They're always inferior to a classical building.
they have to be, because they come from the realm of fear. They are an extension of the animal as opposed to the extension of the building.
Well, they also want to not weigh anything.
Right.
Classicism
Animals have to be very efficient.
The expression of bringing weight to the ground. The expression of classicism is the spanning and bringing weight to the ground. That's the fundamental expression of the order. How do you bring weight to the ground? Do you bring it as lumber, etc.? So mobile homes don't thrive on weight. They do the opposite. Now, if you look at, if you understand that those houses are now 70 years old, okay, that mid-century modern is 70 years old, which is longer than the Renaissance was. Don't you think it's traditional? Why is that not traditional?
I'll tell you exactly why. I'll tell you exactly why. Right. The entire classical method is based on goodness. And it's actually based on love for self, love for others, and love for material, and love for place. Anything that comes from utilitarian efficiency is based on fear. All of modernism is based on fear, not on love, de facto. And that's the reason that the biometrics are showing the responses of people so obviously to the one and to the other, because the one has all of the fractal information necessary in order to convey the sense of belonging and being and loving the planet itself and community, while the other one is completely about the survival of the individual, the ego, the icon, the this, that, and the other, out of a PTSD mentality. Think of the studio. It's worse than being in boot camp. I've been in both. And the subsequent culture of that whole movement. It's really, really amazing. And I'm thinking now of rewriting history as a history of fear, a history of fear and evil. And you do have the idea of evil as a causative force versus
is this evil?
good.
Is this evil?
This is a car. There's no comparison between a car and a building. A car is more comparable to an animal.
No, I want you to think about this. Look, so you want a BMW. They take you in and they take you to a selection protocol. They say, do you want a sports car? Do you want a sedan, or do you want an SUV? So
but you're looking at an animal, not a building. Not all things designed are equal.
Sorry. Okay, this covers every American program. Okay.
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 So the only difference between what you're showing and the full gamut you find in the Amo and Versailles and in Blaise Hamlet,
no,
which gives
give
you
this
the
a
details
chance.
for this.
Give this a chance. Okay. We want to emulate success. Okay. This is successful. We give it a chance. So I went to the experience of getting a BMW. This is what they do. They say, what do you want? And I say, I want a sedan. And then they said, we have series 2, series 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, very logical, 2-door, 3-door, 2-door, 3-door, 2-door, 3-door, different prices, etc. You have an engine. Okay, like for example, when you see a BMW 328, that's a body type 3 with a 2.8 engine, and then you choose the package, which actually has different degrees of luxury and color. So they take you through a protocol, and in the end, this is your car. They build it for you. And if you say, well, that's too much, that's this, they say, well, why don't we go with this engine until you hit it? Very logical. Okay. So let us say that the future, just like the past, is the compound, not the villa, the compound, the compound. People always live in compounds, whether it's China, Italy, the Southwest of the United States, everywhere, compounds. So we say
that's not urban. That is actually rural. What you're talking about.
Stop saying no. Give it a chance. Say no when I'm done. Okay. So you basically go in and you say you have a lot, which is 120 by 120. Okay. And you're allowed to build up to 6 structures in it. So instead of one big house with all the bedrooms and kitchens in it, you can have up to 6 bedrooms, up to 6 buildings, and up to 3 kitchens. So you can assemble your society in a way that actually gives you an income, because you can rent the houses, but also you can house and become a rentier. It basically integrates different income people, etc. Everybody can do this instead of building a big house. So you have a choice of houses that have kitchens. You have dorms that are merely bedrooms. You have garages, which are actually designed to be workshops in the future. You have retreats, which are obvious. And then you have pavilions with pools. Okay. So you go through the protocol, just like a BMW, and you say, well, what do you want for your main house? And for various reasons, that's one. Okay. That's the main house. And then you choose the dorms. How many dorms do you want? Of how many, without kitchens? And then you choose the number of garages you want, which may be a lot of them, because you want to have a workplace. They're convertible structures. They're like lofts. And then let's say you can have one of these that can be a larder, that can be a shared library, that can be a retreat to eat. So you choose that, you assemble your, and by the way, these are all priced, they're all costed, they're all working drawings. So you have real choice of assembling your society, and then you want that pavilion and that pool. And then you say, come, and then what lot do you want? And then you say, come back tomorrow, and I will have your house done with the efficiency of a Chinese architect. Okay, there it is. That is your society with the efficiency of a Chinese architect. And by the way, it's costed and ready to go. These are the builders, these are your lots. Okay, that's traditional architecture. Like, why can't we hijack that method?
It's a great method, but what you're showing me actually is a rural compound somewhere in the country. It's not urban.
No, it's not. It's got the density is very high. Those are full 3 dwellings. It's full of bedrooms, and it's actually part of a town. It's not rural anything. It's part of a town we're building in Oklahoma.
Okay, but that's in Oklahoma. That's in Oklahoma, and it's not a real city. It might be a town, but it's likely not a real city. And it does look great, and I know that it would work, and I think that it's a really...
Excuse me, why does it have to be, excuse me, you know nothing about new urbanism if you're talking about real city. There's a transect. There's an urbanism for every part of the transect, from the urban core with high rises to, in fact, the rural edge. Why don't you learn from that? I'm sorry, Nir. That is so kindergarten. And I'm sorry to insult you personally, but learn about new urbanism, okay? There's a book I'll send you called Transect Urbanism that says there's 6 settings. There's 6 types. And this is one of the densest by American standards.
I do understand what you're saying completely. And I want to suggest, and it looks beautiful for what it is, I want to suggest that the Haussmann model is what actually works in cities if you're seeking those kind of density. I'm not saying this is not pretty. I'm not saying I wouldn't want to live in this under these.
I'm not saying that's the only thing I'm doing. I'll show you a Haussmann model. I got it. There's another thing I was going to show you. I'm just showing you other things. I happen to start with this. This, by the way, is learning from Le Corbusier. He loved the monastery at Emma, okay, in which every monk had a special place. This is Le Corbusier's drawing. And here you see the little monk with the garden. And it was assembled into into, now, why would I know about Emma? Because Le Corbusier loved it. I mean, Le Corbusier was the gateway drug to Emma. So I look at it, and I don't think Le Corbusier had, I say Le Corbusier had a good idea, he had a good brain. That's his drawing, that's that. And I said, wow, let's do a retirement community. So we work it out completely. And this retirement community actually works in an urban block. That's sitting in an urban block. It's got 45 units to the acre. Okay, that's where you are. It's got a lot of society, etc. Okay, very economical. This is what I'm saying. This is the kind of thing that the traditional architects should be doing. You know, instead of
and I want to share with you, I want to share with you the sort of order of magnitude of things that I find fascinating. If you allow me, may I?
How about this city? You like this city?
No,
Manhattan. Why
not
not
anymore.
Why not? I mean, I'm not
Because
kidding.
it's ugly. It
It's
has completely lost its charm.
I'm
People
not-
still find their little havens of normalcy with white tablecloths, but it's not pretty at all. Why
Well,
should I live in it?
this is really getting, they're designing better and better orders. I can show, I don't have a photograph, but they're redesigning these to be permanent arcades with rather beautiful orders. Isn't
Well,
that
if they
what happened?
actually are pretty, I want to show you something from
No, but
primitive
let's talk
Algeria.
let's talk about, this is the vernacular being actually brought up by me, okay, as an idiomatic architect, and ultimately what they're doing Pompeian orders. They're actually, Manhattan's getting arcades with Pompeian orders. I mean, this is so damn interesting.
If they're genuine, it's probably okay. If they're, you know, they're modernist things, I don't really know about it. But I want to share with you something. May I share with you something, please?
Yeah. Go ahead. I don't know how to do it.
This is in primitive Algiers, and it is the waterfront of that town, which works both as a commercial port and as an urban waterfront. With all due respect, I think that this is a really sophisticated urban application. And personally, I'm more interested in these kinds than in, and I'm not saying for a second that what you're doing in Oklahoma is not important. It's vital. But I'm more interested in this than in the smaller kind of fabric. And this is what we're kind of working from in our work at the Institute with the students. I think we lost Andres, did we? But he'll come back. Andres, where are you? I think we might need to send him
there are people, you know, near, I think there are some people, they want to, Anne has her hand.
her hand raised. Yes, I think that's really brilliant.
I think
Enough
we
of
should
us.
we should open the discussion to
the remaining individuals and release people who want to go home one way or another.
Yeah, and then and then see how we wrap up and kind of get to a final word, because
Absolutely. So
and you have to
you want to run the conversation from this point on, Lucien, please.
No, I'm okay. No, you can do it. But Anne, I see just her hand, Anne and Catherine, but they're all muted. So you have to unmute you if you want
And
to
show
say
yourselves, please.
Anne was there first.
And we lost her. I'm not sure I see her.
No, it's just gone.
Like you start discovering things. Actually, you know, I really love what you did in Oklahoma. Don't get me wrong for a second. And if you can do the same thing in large apartment block kind of urban buildings, then hell, I think we've got it licked. The truth of the matter is, I know you've been excited about this for several years, and I really am wondering, and in a really positive open, I'm kind of waiting for you to say, okay, we've done it, we've succeeded, this is, it has worked. It is working. I'm very excited about that because I do understand that for the US, it is a very, and maybe even for Australia in some places, a very good template to use. Well, that's pretty. That
Okay.
looks like something we
So-
might have designed.
Okay, so how did Haussmann the way he did it? First of all, he determined a loan system, but the way he did it is he gave the increment of development was this house.
Right.
And that was enough for every middle-class family to become a developer. So he didn't have a big developer doing these big Texas donuts. He actually had every family could be put into business being a developer, and he would give the loans. So Paris is a fantastically small-scale urban fabric, but the sociology is fascinating because you can see, of course, it's mixed use and all that, but the fact is that it made everybody into a renter, into a developer, and most people into renters, and everybody was happy with Napoleon. Okay, so look at the current system. I'm trying to do the same thing, but with parking and with long views. By the way, this is, of course, a standard block. So you look at that. Okay, that's the plan. By the way, if you read the code closely, if you build up to 4 apartments per floor, only 4, up to 3 stories, you only need 1 stair and no elevator. It's one of the hacks that exists in American architecture. 1 stair, no elevator, 4 apartments per floor for 2 floors. So you do that, and this is what they look like. You checkerboard them, and you give everybody a forecourt so you can park. And the apartments have views. First of all, every apartment is a square unit, but everybody also is not living 5 feet away from somebody else making noise. And the streetscape is like this, because you take the parking lot and you put a pavilion in front. The first 2 parking spaces or bike spaces block the parking lot. So it's a beautiful forecourt, and it has an urban fabric. This entire project is square, 1 window size, 1 truss size. It literally cannot cost less. I have asked developers, I said, can you do something that costs less than this? They say that's impossible. Okay, and the only thing that pulls it off is the classical language. Because if it were modernist, it'd be disgusting.
I want to ask you here, and this looks really, really splendid. It looks beautiful, and it makes me think really about this kind of traditional architecture you will see done by people, no signature by contractors, and you see this in Italy, you see this in France. But one thing I want to ask you, because we have been talking about the orders, so how do the orders appear in this?
Okay.
In this, and also how do the orders appear in your work? Because I have not seen that much of orders. Maybe I'm not really.
No, heterodoxia has several orders of ours because we have to have the courage.
Good.
Okay.
That's very encouraging then.
But this is something for an extra $20,000, you can put an order there.
Okay, all right.
You got to pay extra. No, but the fact is, I call it. You see the transformation of the typology. That's a question asked. Okay, now let me see what else. So this is the compound. It's very American, very American. And here's how the code works. You can either build 3 lots. You see, you're going to say, look, you're not increasing the number of bedrooms or bathrooms or kitchens. You're just assembling them differently, and you're integrating in the compound people of different incomes instead of forcing everybody to build a really big house with 6 bedrooms and all sorts of shit they don't understand, which is the McMansion. You disaggregate it on the same density. So this is how this came. The compound as a solution, but the thing is that it's traditional. The compound is traditional. If I weren't studying tradition, I wouldn't know that compounds exist. If I weren't studying traditions, I wouldn't know about retreats. I wouldn't know about Emma. So I wouldn't have arrived.
Andres, can we go back to your urban design? I really liked it.
Okay, now this is something I want to show you. This is very important. So this is in Birmingham, Michigan, and we're celebrating the 25th anniversary of our master plan that revived the main street of Birmingham, Michigan. And I take a new crew of DPZers, and they, instead of getting free meals at the restaurant on our main street, they go off somewhere else to hang out at night. And what they hang around is actually a converted warehouse district of windowless warehouses. Every night, they'd rather pay for their own meal and be there than on the main street, the lovely main street we did. So I had to have an aha moment. you know, and I said, what's up with that? So we analyzed it and we realized that there's a lot there to be learned from. It's very cheap. It's paint and lights and this fake grass and this kind of thing. And basically we're now introducing things like, why not use that technology to build courtyard houses, right? Look at that. You see that technology? That's $30 a foot, 30, okay, with tall ceilings. And
we're actually doing that in Haiti, believe it or not.
Yeah, but listen, what's the facade? What's the most popular facade nobody ever argues with on earth? The awning. What about the awning? That's traditional. Why do we have to have a facade? Why not have an awning? An awning and a tree. You see, it's this kind of thing that you say, you know, tradition has a lot of things that we're not aware of, you know. And by the way, this way of building is absolutely, it's 100 years old now. It's lightweight steel trusses. Viollet-le-Duc loved it. Why don't we do it?
Well, his addition to the Notre Dame didn't work out so well.
So this is something else. What about using the underutilized parking lots? That's the Apple campus. Kids are commuting 2 hours to get there. Why not have vehicles? Why not design a house that can be permitted by the Department of Motor Vehicles and put it in the parking lot so the kids don't have to commute? See? These are actually, if you look at the rules of the Department of Motor Vehicles, they're fantastic. And look at the inside. This section is fabulous. It's incredibly tall. You know, it's all section design. It's like, you know, this is like an 18-wheeler. And you get a license plate for it. And you can actually put it, and here's where we cut the plywood. We built that. It's very sexy. There's nothing wrong with it. And it's traditional. I mean, it's just, and here's another one, okay? The ADU, this is a 1950s house. And you want to add an additional unit. This is a typical 1950s house. If you put it in the back, you take out the backyard. Why not do one code thing, which is remove the setback to the front, right? And then have a module. You see what you can do? There's a typical house. Mostly there's no backyard left, but you have 3 ways of building in the front setback, and you can actually prefabricate one made out of this material. Corrugated metal is 150 years old. 150 years old. It's totally traditional. We should build with it, you see? And it's all plywood inside, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths in 400 square feet. Now, you know, this was done with somebody with traditional knowledge. It's just that we knew about corrugated metal in Australia. We have a book called The Australian Metal House, corrugated. And so we got the idea. You always use it in tension, right? It's actually the box. You deliver the box, then you put in tension the roof and the porch. I learned that in Australia, looking at Australian, and you can also use parking lots like that. But this is what I want to show you. That's a mobile home with 13-foot ceilings. Look at it on the left, the strategy of Philip Johnson. Site plans from Frank Lloyd Wright. Totally sexy. Nothing, there's no, you know, you can't do this with traditional architecture. I could show you failed experiments. It doesn't want to be traditional. It wants to be a 1950s house by Philip Johnson. Sitting on cantilevers. See, that's a footing. You know what those 2 things are? Those are Jersey barriers. The damn thing is sitting on 2 Jersey barriers, cantilevered out each end. And the roof folds out. I think that's traditional. That's 70 years old.
Is that a photograph or a rendering?
No, that's a rendering, but they're built. I have one built already. Is the sliding glass door not traditional? Why not? How old is that? You see what I'm saying? We drew I don't think we're drawing the line right. We're drawing the line too tight in the 1920s. You know, a V-shaped pipe column is 150 years old. You know, so's corrugated metal, so are sliding glass doors. Why can't the new generation do this? Why can't they take a Ferrari and take it? I mean, I'm taking it to the edge and I have a reputation to lose. And yeah, sometimes I fall off the precipice. That's a classical building. I think it's completely classical. What's not classical about it?
About everything, but that's okay. You can say what you want to say. It doesn't make it true or real. I mean, at the end of the day, we
But
understand where this aesthetic comes from.
my training is classical. I could only have
Maybe.
conceived of this as a traditional architect. The modernist architects would have fucked it up.
Well,
Only
that might be true, and really the first generation of modernism is more, you can live with it a little better than the rest of it. But at the end of the day, there's a lie going on in the rendering because you have so much vegetation going that it actually makes the modernist thing work very well. So
this is the real rendering. It's there, but of course it's in California. So I mean,
it's fine, but you're getting your fractal values from the landscaping, not from the architecture. And the architecture itself, I'm not arguing that you can do it.
These are mobile homes.
I think that look, some of what you're doing is really terrific, and you know, more power to it.
40 units to the acre.
That looks very interesting.
Modular.
But it is 2 stories. It is
one
story, 2 stories.
100% 1 story. All 1 story.
One way or another, I'd like to invite you to
look at this.
Number 1, give us some more of all of this stuff again soon, and number 2, to some of the work we're doing, I'd like to you know, open the door to consulting on it.
I couldn't have done this without Le Corbusier.
That it shows.
Look at those porches, man. What's not traditional about it? Those are loggias.
Everything is not traditional about it because it doesn't have the articulation. Your cheap whatever urbanism that you showed first, that actually I could explain it traditionally to whoever was asking about it. Lucien, who was saying it wasn't traditional, whereas the orders.
The proportions are perfect in this. Everything is the golden section and everything else. Like why?
Golden section is nothing. You need 7 different proportions to work to make anything look good. And the Greeks knew that.
Well, why don't you improve this instead of saying that it's a worthless endeavor?
Oh, that's easy. That's very easy. I'm not being facetious. I'm sorry. I've done that for you know, whatever, developer architects and so on. And I'm not saying it with you know, putting anybody down, because your work is great and obviously.
No, but look at this. This is what
well thought out.
When I say, look at the way that the space. When I say you take it to the precipice, man, you take it to the precipice. You don't know what the hell I'm talking about when I say take it to the precipice. Take classicism and risk it. I think
it's very easy to convert this into a really pretty traditional thing. I mean, send this off to Salmon, send it off to Richard Cameron, and they will actually draw it for you properly, or you know, it's not that big a deal.
Do you see that? Do you see the capital? You know where that's from?
I see the not capital.
That's Schinkel. I'm sorry.
No, you can't. It's a question of appropriateness. I think you're not hitting. These are fine points.
No, it's not fine points. It's the fact that you don't know Schinkel, so you don't think it's a capital. And that's what I'm saying.
No, the fact that you know Schinkel doesn't mean that your application is appropriate, because at the end of the day, the application has to be appropriate to the human perception, which is not the professional perception. Who said that? I think it was Millie said that her mother wouldn't see it as okay. She'd want a capital there.
You don't think your mother would like to be in that porch? Wow.
Should I call her now? I'm just kidding.
Like that porch is just fantastic.
I think, listen, Andres, all of us can improve our work. And the way I see it is when I'm criticized, I really love being criticized for my work or my work.
I know, but give me a critique that isn't just send it to Salmons. Okay, tell me. Just that's not
okay. Well, then I will discuss it with you one-on-one. I'd be very happy to, because I don't think it's
no. What I want you to do is not send it to Salmons. I want you to fix it yourself.
Well, you want me to do it with words or with a pencil?
No, I want you to take the pencil and fix this thing.
Well, give me a whatchamacallit, and I'll go into.
I'll send it, but I don't think you should actually, like, the fact that I'm taking a risk is a model to the young people. Okay, you cannot actually take me like this, I can lecture an hour on this.
All of us are taking risks. What
No,
are you
but what
talking
I'm
about,
saying
you
is
know?
that it's just the example of saying, damn, I'm glad you took a risk. Why don't the young people take such risks instead of saying, look, I'm going to publicly say this isn't any good because you even tried it. That's not the right way to deal with the young people. Okay, this is a post-COVID in every way. Look at the way
You're projecting work in public. People are everybody's entitled to whatever. I'm sorry that I butted in. I hope I'm not hurting anybody's feelings. I'm bad that way because
you're
I'm
not.
Israeli.
You can't hurt my
Just say what I think.
Excuse me. I
But-
have a hide of rhinoceros, and I look at controversy. But I do think that people should say this is an example of a guy who has a lot to lose taking a risk. Okay.
So
Taking
don't
a
show
big,
it
huge
until
risk.
you consult with us and other people, because on the beauty scale, it's not serving you to show this yet. It can be slightly improved, minor improvements in order to get people to sort of like say, yeah, I love it. And that's what you want. You're trying to sell people a design, right?
I'm trying to say, this is what it looks like to take a risk. This is what it looks like, and it's fantastically exciting, and it's what gets me published, and it's what gets me work, and it's not exactly like I'm a failure in life. Okay, what I'm setting up is you guys do this, and you might do as well as me. Okay, you go around making houses for rich people, okay, in a completely archaic way, and you might not do so well as Richard Sammons. Okay, this is a much better bet because society actually needs this. And if you want a career that isn't just sitting around, bemoaning that no one likes classicism, take some damn risks. That's what the new people need to hear. And that's my whole point. Take risks. Crash the Ferrari. Crash
onward and upward.
Okay. Come on, you were a soldier. You know what I'm talking about. By the way, this is a converted garage.
But listen, if you're such a risk taker, why are you so afraid of going to people who actually know something about aesthetics from just like BMW does and applies the same kind of thinking that got you to buy a BMW
because you know something, my buyer doesn't like classicism. This is the Southwest. They don't want a column. This is what they want. Okay. You have a completely Italian Northeastern perspective. You can't do this in Colorado. You can't do this in Santa Fe.
I never would. The stuff that I do for the Southwest looks like it belongs to the Southwest. Mexico. Israel. Oklahoma. Every place is different. Obviously, you want to do it different for them.
Well, you know where this aesthetic is? The aesthetic of the apartment I showed you is Alice Beach, ALYS. Do you know it?
Actually, I don't know it. I've never been there.
It is the most important.
Forward to being invited.
Okay, Alice Beach is actually probably the most important new urbanist project now. It is the most radical project, and it looks exactly, and just Google Alice Beach, somebody, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's probably the most successful of the new urbanist projects in terms of value. And that's where that building was from. And it's actually done by young architects like Eric Vogt, taking incredible risks actually with the language of Sinan, of all things.
Oh, come on. There's nothing to do here with Sinan. This is a dingbat apartment, 2-story, which is just an appellation for experimentation that, you're very smart. You know the difference. I wanted to speak in your defense on that one.
It doesn't need to be defended. You can attack. I don't care.
Doesn't matter. I wanted to tell Lucien to share something.
Okay, but Nir. Okay, Nir. Okay, you owe me this. Okay, you don't have no idea about my work. Okay, you don't know what a transect is.
I do. A transect is a section through a 1940s American city.
Okay. There's 6 transect settings. You don't know Alice Beach, which is astounding because it's 20 years old, and everybody knows Alice Beach. So look it up tonight. And
I'm not interested in suburbia as much as you are. I'm sorry to say, I'm more interested in more dense urbanism.
Okay, that's fine, but that's you. Most of the battle is not in dense urbanism. The battle is in suburbia. That's where
I know, but we're losing the planet to suburbia, and we really should be working on the inner city.
That's why where the war is. Okay, you go towards the sound of gunfire. Okay, the sound of gunfire is in the suburb. That's the battle. That's where the environmentalist battle is going to be lost, not in the cities. Okay, the city's already been won. It's there. We know what that is.
It's not been won. It's a disaster. Look at the cities. They're being lost to modernist construction, right, left, and center.
Well, but they're dense as shit. No, but the battle is in the suburbs. And by the way, most of the classicists that you know build houses.
No, I know that. And I'm not part of them. I'm not interested in houses, never have been.
Okay,
I'm interested in genuine urban fabric.
Okay,
and how
that's
we
true.
get to the
Well,
densities we actually need.
why don't you talk to the ICA guys, 95% of which are doing grotesque houses, very correct, very lovely.
The ICA guys don't talk to me because I'm into urbanism and they don't know what that means.
Well, they're doing it for all the wrong people and giving us a terrible bad name. They're associating us with oligarchs.
Well, I wouldn't go out like that. I think we're all trying, all of us are trying from a really good spot to do the best work we possibly can and communicate it. And you've been doing really amazing stuff in a lot of places. I think some of what you do is very, very successful. Other stuff, I have an opinion about it. And because I'm an outspoken kind of a guy, I just say my opinion. And I'm the risk taker here. Half the time I'm falling off a cliff. Who cares? At the end of the day, I think we're all pushing really, really hard to get the various types of fabric that we need built in the world so that people actually can survive somehow this goddamn century. And maybe we'll have another 100 or 200 years of human life on the planet before everything goes to hell. Or maybe we recover some sanity. And I know that you're working on that. And I am too. I think we're like the blind men describing the elephant, everybody from his own angle. But I wouldn't, you and Leon and the others are super top in terms of what you're doing. And I think that the people we really need to listen to are folks like Anne Sussman and some of the other people doing that kind of work on the neuroaesthetic side. And I really think that we need to rediscover actual, genuine human knowledge that we threw out and think we're reinventing the wheel in so many cases.
I think Near there are some hands raised, my hands included, but Chris Fagan, he has to unmute his microphone. And Chris, do you hear me, Chris?
Go
ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
do you mind if I speak quickly? So this has been fascinating, and I do want to congratulate and back up Andres on his candor here. I don't think anyone here is competing for new hires or for work. I see this as a meeting between friends and peers, potentially rivals, but a place where it's about open discussion. And I share his frustration with the elitism in our profession. I feel that many of us want to engage the public. We want to make a difference in our career, whether we're traditionalists, modernists, classicists, you name it. I mean, the primary motivation is to add beauty where it is mostly needed and can make the most impact in the world. And I think he's doing a really good job of showing work in progress that is engaging these issues. And I agree with many of his criticisms as well as everybody's. I think there's place here for people committed to teaching and to protecting ideas, purists, and also people who are fighting the battle in the trenches and actually building work and encountering all the issues related to that. So, I'm all for the spirited debate here, but I think that bringing beauty to affordable housing, to hospitals, to different developing countries is something that is definitely worthy of focusing on, even when it has to be an incremental process that involves compromise.
Yeah, I wanted just to maybe raise the question to the audience, because I'm sitting in Europe, so I have it's like 10:20 in my place in Luxembourg, in my little Luxembourg, the Leon Creer country, where I'm kind of stuck with the COVID and Brexit and everything. So I was just wondering, who are there people who can we, I think I'm really looking forward to have Andres coming more often, and I really like to have these lectures. And I would suggest to Near having not only this kind of 4-day conferences, but having lectures like that, you know, or 90 minutes lectures on a regular and addressing projects and things. I mean, that would be so fabulous as an educational kind of really system strategy. But so my main
Agreed.
question.
Agreed. That'd be wonderful.
Okay.
That's Tim Wells, one of our board members.
Oh, okay, great. And then I was wondering, should we kind of start looking at wrapping up and have concluding comments so everybody would still have a chance to conclude, but then maybe also maybe follow up on the whole kind of unconference, so the whole 4 days of really, really fascinating discussions, fabulous input, amazing people. We had really the most fascinating, the most important people from traditional architecture, from new urbanism, and they were giving us such a strong and, you know, and inspiring lesson. So I have read a lot by Andres, I've read a lot by Leon, and Leon has been my mentor. Nikos is a really good friend. And Bob Adam, I know him really well. And I learned so much new things in these 4 days, and I'm really, really very grateful. And I would like to, you know, because you can still talk afterwards, but I would like again to take the opportunity to thank Nir, because he's so, he's in some ways so present, but also quite humble. And I noticed, you know, we met in Viseu. The first time we met actually on Treatises discussion list and Pro-Urb. I don't know if people remember this discussion list, but that was a really big thing, and that was very, very inspiring at the time, 20 years ago. And then we met in Viseu. There was a conference in Viseu on education, on architecture education. Oh no, it was in traditional architecture. And was it the globalization or something? I don't remember. I mean, but there was a major conference with CU, with the Congress for European Urbanism, and we had Elizabeth Platter-Zybeck was there. There was many, many people from all over the board was there and it was a 2 or 3 day conference, and we showed our work, which we did in this new school of traditional architecture, which only lasted 3 years and then was shut down by the modernists from the Porto University. And that's why I met Nir. But I really got to know him really much better this last weeks when we kind of started working on planning this 4 days of conference. And I really admire his energy, his enthusiasm, his knowledge and passion. And it has been such an honor and privilege to work with him. And I learned so much, and there was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun. We had Zoom talks every day. I had to buy a new internet subscription because I ruined my subscription. You know, it was, I mean, I had to run to the post office and pay another €100 to get enough internet to feed all these kind of discussions.
You gotta stop talking about me and start talking about yourself, please.
No, I'm okay. And then also we have been talking about next year there will be a live conference, because we are kind of a little bit fed up with the Zoom. The Zoom was fantastic, but we want to have a live conference. And Nir mentioned yesterday, so the live conference will be really about presenting projects. So we, rather than having lectures about topics, or, you know, would be showing projects and talking about the project. And Andres before was suggesting that we have a critical discussion of the project. So the projects are not shown as kind of, okay, that's the project. So there will also be a possibility to criticize, to review the project from a panel or from the audience. So that's, and then ideally also having a really big exhibition like Gabriele Tagliaventi did in Bologna in the early times of the second 2000, when there were classicists and traditional architects from all over the world, and they brought their work and they showed it. We had models, we had drawings. So having an exhibition with a series of lectures where architects show their work, and I think that would have such an impact if this could happen. And we could show precedent, and we could show work, a wide range, and we could also show that the classical tradition is not only Palladio. And I think that's something I'm a little bit resentful to Andres. He knows really well that the production of traditional architecture, but classical architecture, not only in the United States, but also in Europe, it's not all Palladianism, it's not all Vitruvian. There is a lot of variety. We have people working in Holland like Peter Driver, Mieke Bosse, Scala Architect, and there are people who do really, really astonishing work also in the...
May I just say one thing about that, since you mentioned it? I do not think I was referring to the dominant ethos in the United States, okay, which is not in Europe, I know in Europe. But I think the ICA and its perfectionism of the orders and Notre Dame to a great extent is what I was referring to. Yeah. It's the obsession with Palladio is completely American at this moment.
Oh, okay. I think, Andres, that you're very generous to the ICA and to all the other institutions. There are a few that were not represented here, and they kind of represent in general what you're talking about. And you're right about that. I think that we really need to reassemble in a meaningful way, move forward with the stuff that we have to contribute, and put it together into some kind of toolkits. You have what you're really showing are planning and building toolkits. What Create Streets is toolkits. What we're about is toolkits.
Well, no, I'm a polemicist. That's not true. I do all sorts of things, everything that's necessary. May I say one thing about one of the critiques that is leveled against us, which is not untrue, is that we're all lockstep, we all agree on everything, and we all have this completely almost religious ideology. That's what the outsiders say about us, okay? And they say, you don't want to join that group. They're
Let
all
them
religious.
say what they want to say,
I know, no, but wait a minute. Since there are, in fact, disagreements within our group, terrific disagreements, if we were to actually have a polemical discussion within the realm of traditional architecture, the entire world would actually become interested in what we're doing. Because right now, they think we're really bored. I think this kind of discussion, I think we should actually break off from those people that are doing houses of rich people and are really rigid and scaring students, into thinking of a single thing. We should have a really rough internal discussion, just like CM did. CM never stopped discussing with itself, and it was fascinating for 40 years. The new urbanism is interesting because we discuss rapidly within our thing.
Perfect.
The classical thing is completely lockstep, and it is totally unattractive. No young people want to enter a place that's resolved.
So that is just like you said, that I don't want to hear anything that I could have heard in the 20th century. This is the theme. I don't know exactly how we're going to word it for next year's stuff, and it's going to be design and built work. It's not going to be about blah blah, and jibber jabber. It's going to be, here, this is your future. This is what the world's going to look like. This is what we're proposing, and we have completely different opinions about it. I don't know exactly how to express it, but thank you. You really are the greatest inspiration. You're processing more than anybody else likely is in the field, in terms of being in the field, polemicizing, designing, working.
But I have to tell you, it's not me, it's my study of history, actually. Like when I study the success of, I'm fascinated, when we should all be, how CM switched the world without any need for switching. How did CM in 1927, the world did not, architecture was incredibly competent. How did they switch the world? And so when you see, and so did Palladio, by the way. Palladio changed the course of history, and so did Siam. So that's why we need to study what they did. Palladio wrote a treatise that was actually specific to its time. It was not based on history. It was not what was happening. It wasn't about antiquity. What he did is he switched it, and so did Siam. And that's where I get the ideas of saying, how do we actually switch what the course of architecture? And it comes from the study of history. And I think having internal arguments are fascinating, absolutely fascinating.
Yeah, we couldn't grow without it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at your work and thinking, oh my God, the guy solved it, at least for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years when it comes to certain places.
Actually,
we apply this in other places.
Actually, we're losing. We're losing.
That's a sign of a winner.
COVID completely wiped us out, wiped out the new urbanism. It's very interesting.
Andres, I think, Andres, what is so great with you, you're always pushing the boundaries. You bringing completely new arguments, pushing the boundaries, very challenging. And I think you helping you, because in some way, people always say, because things we have done, it worked really well and everybody was happy. And then you find out that even the arguments, which were really, really reasonable, are not working anymore. So you have to always update and refresh and kind of go things which seem to be relatively permanent and stable, and you kind of have to reinvent it in some way, or you have to relearn it. So, which in some way is very interesting. Yeah. And I think you help us. You really are. You're really throwing the Molotovs into the intellectual process, which kind of makes it so fascinating, you know.
Well, there's a tradition of that. It's very traditional to do that. Palladio threw a whole Molotov on Western architecture. You know, it was fascinating. He actually threw a Molotov that actually completely redirected it. He was a complete radical.
Did you see, Andres, when I go to Vicenza, the most fascinating thing is to see Palladio's building with the stuff which was there before he came, which is completely different, which is very, very beautiful. It's this Venetian.
You know, the Venetian stuff, that was from Istanbul.
Yeah,
that's
it's
what
so
was
beautiful.
happening.
But then suddenly you have this Roman stuff sitting there, which has really,
isn't that amazing? Amazing. He deflected that. He deflected Venice from becoming a province of Istanbul. It was fucking amazing what he did. You know, and that's what we should do.
Client, the guy Barbaro, he was the ambassador to Istanbul and then London.
Yeah.
It's such a beautiful thing. The connections between, I always look at the people and I always look at the money. So who are the characters and what was the flow of the cash? That tells you almost everything you need to know about history at the end of the day.
Hey, one thing about Barbaro. Barbaro and Palladio actually translated Vitruvius.
Right.
Okay. And
well,
what happened
Barbaro
is,
did Palladio do it? I thought.
Oh yeah, they were buddies. Of course, Barbaro was not an architect, so Palladio was right there, but he was still a kind of a stonemason. So why wasn't that treatise good enough? You know why? It was too loose. And so he's not the only person that first translated Vitruvius and then had to write their own treatise. You know, Perrault for France, the first thing he did was translate Vitruvius. And they said, no, this is a hack session. Then he wrote his own treatise. There's a long history of people translating and then writing their own treatise because Vitruvius is too loose. And that's what's lovely about Vitruvius. He's loose enough that he continually recharges classicism. Well, Palladio
at the end of the day,
Palladio freezes it.
It's so amazing. Listen, guys, I come from a group of people that we have, I don't know what, a 3,000 year history. We're conscious of it. We drag it around wherever we go. It's like on our backs. So the idea that, in fact, we have only 2,500 years of documented history might sound like a lot to some, but believe me, it's a drop in the time bucket. It's like nothing. And what we do know is that people are people. We have not changed as a species. We still think the same. We still feel the same. We still make the same. We chew gum the same way and we walk the same way as people always have. So when we go and we read these old things, as far as I'm concerned, they were written yesterday. The only differences between Vitruvius and us is a slight differences in terms of certain technologies, and and it was really not much of a difference.
Hey, Nir, let's look at the future a little bit. You know how everybody's talking about the atomic bomb again? I haven't dropped.
Oh, they are? Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, but I haven't dropped the atomic bomb on classicism. You know what it is? And I really fear it.
What?
The association with white, Western, male colonial hegemony.
Oh, fuck that shit.
I know, fuck that
Excuse me,
shit.
please.
It's coming up. It's coming up, Nir.
Oh, it came up and it went down already. What about Chinese hegemony over Southeast Asia?
No, I'm
Nobody
talking about
that. What about Islamic hegemony over India? Nobody talking about that.
Oh,
What about the fact that everybody who came enslaved to the United States was enslaved by people of his own race?
It doesn't, but it doesn't matter.
What about that? So
Oh,
what else do you want to talk about?
No. I'm talking about classicism. What the problem is that the war is asymmetrical. Okay, they don't care about history. They don't care about all the things you said.
So why should I care about them?
Well, because they are experts at taking people down. And
good for them.
No.
How long are they going to last?
Oh, I hope not very long. But I'll tell you something.
History shows us they don't last almost any time.
I know. But unfortunately, we're up next for the chopping block. Watch it.
No, we've already been on the chopping block.
I know. But
if you approach anything from fear, you have already lost. The whole thing about the classical method, I don't believe in any ism. I don't believe in modernism. I don't believe in classicism.
What you're doing now,
I don't believe in any ism.
What you're doing now is exercising the vaccine against the future disease, which is exactly my point in bringing it up.
Have you ever seen my man-machine rules?
No. What I'm telling you is you gave 6 reasons that are still inchoate. They're not highly developed yet on how to counter the future attack. And that's what I think is really interesting, is as soon as I mentioned it, you actually mentioned 6 ways to counter the attack. Well, let's hone them. Let's develop them so we actually are not subject when they try to marginalize us or terminate us or whatever the word is.
Yeah,
we are ready. We are ready.
I've been there before in my history many times. As a matter of fact, my grandmother, who was from the region which is now the Ukraine, used to talk about Khmelnytsky's time as if it was yesterday. There was no difference between Khmelnytsky and Hitler, although they were 400 years apart. Been there, fucking done that. Yeah. Now, what we need to do is only one thing, and that is live our lives the way we think we ought to.
There's one thing we need to do. You know the Classicists, that magazine?
Yeah, that's
okay.
the ICA, right?
The ICA. It's
really pretty.
And they're wonderful people, and they're all, without exception, big houses for rich white male oligarchs. Okay, it's really bad news.
Actually, all the male oligarchs are controlled by their women, if you haven't noticed.
Oh, no, I know that. Well, that's a nice argument. You can actually, that's what I'm saying is we have to have answers to what will be happening. And one
life is life. What answers do you need more? Have some hummus, drink a glass of wine, and be happy.
Well, we could have a classicist that is actually dedicated to the incredible history of classical affordable housing, okay, which there is in this country, to the incredible history of incredible Black architects who were classicists, which are fabulous.
Yeah, they're among the best.
Yeah, totally. Well, you see what I'm saying is we should be talking about the vaccine for the future pandemic.
The real vaccine is to live your life and enjoy it. And I think the single most important message we could bring the world is that we are actually enjoying life.
Yeah,
that is the single most important thing that we can bring.
That could be the vaccine. You're right.
At the end of the day, I can't control anybody's thinking or feeling, and I admire you beyond, anything. Doesn't mean I need to agree with everything you do or love everything you do.
No, but I think you have a great answer. One of the great answers, by the way, one of the things that is not going to work very well is beauty. But you know what really might work is something you said.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
No.
That's, why not? Why not?
Because enjoyable is much better than beauty. Okay, enjoyable is much better than beauty. What you just said.
Stop being such a modernist. You know, beauty is a really good thing.
You said in your defense of classicism, the future attack, you mentioned enjoying life 7 times and beauty never once. Okay, which goes to show you instinctively the power of enjoyment. I think that's the way.
Actually, you're technically speaking. When I listen, the beautiful thing about the classical method is that you actually go from high-level metaphysics to mid-level effect and design to low-level, so to speak. How do we make this? The craftsmanship, and we're constantly, like in your studio, I can see in your work, you constantly go between these levels. So, technically speaking, and I don't generally share these kind of things, we talk about truth, beauty, and goodness, truth, goodness, and beauty, but beauty is actually an effect of goodness and truth. So the idea of enjoyment is an active, individual, human
Let me add something. Why are we interested in truth, beauty, and what?
Truth, goodness, and beauty.
You know why?
Tell me.
It's enjoyable.
True.
You haven't given the why.
The thing is, you know why I talk about beauty a lot? It's
no, but let's talk about enjoyable. Let's talk about the higher level. The blend of all three is because it causes human enjoyment. And I think
it also happens to be a description of the universe.
Yes, but enjoyment is what our culture wants. It's incredibly self-indulgent.
The purpose of human life is to enjoy life in all its aspects.
Okay, this is what we say about classicism. Why are you guys doing this? It's so damn enjoyable to design it, to build it, to live in it, etc. Okay, don't talk about truth and beauty. Are you kidding? You're so fucking out of date. That is absolutely subjective. You know, they say that's your truth, your beauty, but
no, that's the whole point. That is the answer to those closed-minded people who operate from fear. There is no multiple truth. There is no multiple goodness. Goodness is good, and truth, excuse me, is fucking Boolean. It's either true or not true.
Okay,
and
well,
don't try, leave me alone.
No, I'm sorry. The Russians, there's a side to the Russian thing. But look, open your mind to this, okay? Enjoyment is the blended metric of everything. It's the blend.
And we measure it, the easiest way to measure it, the easiest, and Sussman will tell you this, the absolutely easiest way to measure it is your response to aesthetic, your neuro-aesthetic response.
But why?
Period. Why? Because 90% of the information
that's not the why I meant. The reason we care about why Anne Sussman is presenting is because it's enjoyable. You see, what I'm saying is beauty is worth doing because it's enjoyable. You've never really given the reason why we should be interested in truth and beauty. It's because it's enjoyable, and they cannot assault enjoyment. They can assault truth and beauty, okay, but they can't assault enjoyment because it's so American. It's the pursuit of happiness, man.
Individual, which is a beautiful thing.
The
individual makes the decision, not somebody on top of them with some sort of political agenda trying to, scare them into some kind of alignment with an ideology. Everybody makes their own mind up, and it could only be based on their own sense of good. It's either based on their sense of good or their fears.
Okay, well, if you had done truth, beauty, etc., if Jefferson had written that in the Declaration of Independence, we would be Canada.
He did.
We'd have no immigrants here. Okay.
He actually wrote it. He said these truths are self-evident.
I know.
Then he gives you a list of the effects of the truth.
No, sorry. He said pursuit of happiness. Pursuit of happiness. Okay. The Canadians said freedom, order, and good government. That's why they're underpopulated. Okay. We said,
global warming will give them
No, come on. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. The pursuit of happiness is the greatest sales slogan of all time. Of all time. It's better than the brotherhood, égalité, fraternité. No. But our pursuit of happiness is the greatest sales slogan of all time. Why can't we ride the pursuit of happiness? Classicism allows the pursuit of happiness, you know, because of firmness and delight.
Andres, you know in Italy they don't say they don't say this beautiful city, they say the città felice, the happy
Yes.
city, which is really the ideal city. So the ideal city in
Yes.
Italian history, it's città felice. So, and also Aristotle, he said that the city, the purpose of the city is to create happiness. It was not Jefferson.
Yes. You know what Leo Carrera told me? That the purpose of life is to define your circle of happiness.
Amen.
Okay, well, that's wonderful. Okay, the città felice, okay, is really the società felice. That's the ultimate reason why we're doing. We just throw it back on their face and say, we are building an enjoyable, happy city, happy society. Go back to your hole. Shut up.
Yeah, I mean, can we just live and enjoy life?
Yes, that's what I'm just saying, I'm just underlining what you're saying. You have said a million times, let's go have wine and enjoy life. So I'm saying, yes, you got the answer. So go with it.
I am. Does anybody want to say any more before I start the second bottle, or not really, but whatever? This has been really an extraordinary thing. And Andres, honestly speaking, I've never, in all of our
I'd
conversations.
like to say something also, Nir, if it's possible. Maybe because I'm not American, but I think you're just putting too much weight on the happiness thing. But the reality is that we're not only happy, and we shouldn't be happy all the time. There's tragedy.
Why not?
There's tragedy too, things we cannot control. It's just human nature.
Yeah,
Oh
but if somebody's dying, is that a bad thing?
He's from a sophisticated ancient Latin culture. That's the problem. He's an old
he's from
Mediterranean.
A sophisticated Spanish Catholic culture.
It's the Mediterranean. It's enormously more sophisticated.
But there's also good things in sadness. There's melancholy, and there's a place for everything, I think, not only happiness.
By the way, the orders are able to express melancholy and happiness. Just look at the Asplund tomb and the Asplund Scandia cinema.
Absolutely.
Perfect examples of the ability to express both.
Also, I think Pessoa, the Portuguese, also, or somebody said, melancholy is a sadness which makes you feel happy.
Yeah.
Anyway, but look, I think that this discussion of repositioning classicism entirely within the modern ethos of what people are aspiring to, which is not beauty, it's actually happiness, it's actually contentment. You know, that's what all the people measure when they do a study. Are you more content? Are you more satisfied than you were 4 years ago? That's what actually the people who do polls study, the level of contentment, which is another way of saying happiness. And I think we should actually ride that. That would be a very modern, I think, a classicism that just makes you more content, more felice. By the way, felice isn't just happiness. It's more, isn't it? Felice.
Can I ask you a question then?
Felicidad. Yeah.
So I want to ask you a question. The way we actually technically in neuroscience measure this is based on stress, actually. So literal classical orders reduce stress 60%. And then based on the aesthetic meter of things below that. So my question is, maybe as a strategy, we're talking about stress reduction and as a correlate, I don't know, to happiness, but how would you leverage the stress reduction? That's the question.
Well, what I love about stress reduction is that it would really confuse the bastards. It would really confuse the enemy, because it's actually more scientific than contentment. So I think throwing stress reduction, i.e. contentment, at their face, but it's something I think we need to do. We need to make I've always really been shocked by the presentation of the current classicists saying the reason we do this is beauty. And that is somehow self-evident, you know, and it's not self-evident anywhere I know. I mean, I meet anybody, and we don't agree on what's beautiful. It's really, I like it, I don't like it. It happens all the time with shoes, with buildings, everything.
It's not about preference. The whole thing is that your reaction, I'm going to put the link to this article we just published, Nikos and I. Nikos, do you have access to that article? Can you throw it into the chat, please? The whole thing is that, Andres, within 50 milliseconds of seeing anything in the street, your brain has already decided whether it's threatening or pleasuring. 50 milliseconds. You have 450 millisecond cycles as you walk down the street. That means four every step as you're walking down the street. You have 8 of these per second. You have roughly 2 steps per second. It's really amazing the degree to which it's almost immediate, this gut reaction. It's pre-attentive.
And are you saying
So-
it is, wait a minute, are you saying it's because of classicism or because you've removed the dumpster? Because you have the same effect.
No. I'm saying it's actually the architecture of the buildings, the
I know,
full-on
but near,
architecture.
we do this. It's called visual preference studies. If you put
No,
it,
it's not visual preference. It's not visual preference. This is urban diagnostics.
I know,
This
Nir,
tells you.
add this, okay? Do the same experiment with the trash can in the foreground.
No, it's nothing like that. Nothing like, it's the actual design of something. You could have a beautiful trash can and dumpster and it would qualify. It wouldn't bother you. It has to do with the fractal dimensionality of the multiple fractals that you actually see walking down the street. Has to do with exactly with the facades of the buildings. Very closely related, 80, 90, 95% actually. It's crazy.
Why doesn't that work for let's say female beauty? Have you I want to bring something up.
First of all, you need to understand that the brain in the first 50 milliseconds identifies an object from an animal.
Okay,
or
just
a car.
let me bring something else, okay? Because we listened to this.
Just read that article.
No, I want you to read another article. There's a French concept called the joli LED. Do you know it? Do you know it?
No.
Lucien, joli LED. Okay. The joli LED. Okay, look. 2 things. Just do this for me, and before you leave. First of all, look up the definition of joli LED, which means beautiful, ugly. Jolie is beautiful.
Yeah. That's a confusion. That's a very European.
Oh, let me
confusion.
finish.
Go
Look
ahead.
it up. It's a definition. Okay. Then look up images of joli LED.
Okay.
And you will see that there's a whole series of photographs of women that are ugly but extremely attractive nevertheless. If you go to France, if you go to France, where I live 6 months a year, there is a conception of beauty that has to do with an American cheerleader, you know?
Well, yeah, the 15-year-old version.
Oh, but just in America, they're blonde, they're plump, they're healthy, they're everything, okay? And the French are just
nothing attractive about that.
They're bored to death.
Yeah.
So joli LED means a good-looking, ugly woman who is attractive, so not conventionally pretty. So laid in French is really ugly and pretty is jolie.
Jolie.
What I'm saying is that all these things that have to do with facial
what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is
those
this.
tests they have nothing to do with the urban environment.
Okay.
They have to do with people. They have to do with animals.
No, it has to do with the urban environment. There's a whole series of architects that you don't know about, okay, that have monographs. They're essentially Southern German and Balkan and architects of that area, Mitteleuropa. And they're famous. They have monographs, okay?
Yeah.
I can show you the monographs.
Yeah.
What they're in pursuit of is a very interesting aesthetic, which is actually not conventionally attractive. It has actually, it's a very, by the way, a lot of the things that Lucien draws in his drawings, a lot of his architecture is not conventionally attractive at all. It's on the edge of being led. It's both beautiful and ugly. It has tremendous character. And that is its appeal. Okay, they're definitely not conventional. A lot of Leo's drawings are not, and orders are not conventionally attractive. And there's some strength in it, okay? There is something, and I would say that one of the things I would personally, this is very personal, would like to introduce to the discourse is a series of buildings that, in my opinion, are joli LED. They're completely unforgettable. They're really interesting. They're all traditional. And it was a pursuit. It was a conscious pursuit.
Absolutely. Yes.
In the 30s.
Yes.
Because I can't stand one more pretty building by Bob Stern. I can't stand it. I will die. I will
Bob
throw
Stern's
up.
not a good architect. You know, he's going to go down not for his architecture. He's going to go down for his big, thick books that others wrote for him, but not
I know,
for his
but in the meantime, if I see one more beautiful house out of the ICA, I'm going to throw up in the kitchen sink, okay?
That's not the point. That's actually not the point. What you're actually talking about, Andres, this is a really significant issue. And the German, the French, the Spanish cultures don't get it the same way that the English speaking have. And that is the business of the sublime and the beautiful. You have two types of aesthetic experience, a pleasure-based aesthetic experience and a pain-based aesthetic experience. Joli LED straddles the two. Yeah. The German culture does not distinguish between the sublime and the beautiful in the same way that the English speaking does. Yeah. So they have, it's horrible and it's wonderful. That's like part of the German thing, okay?
You know, could we start one of an internet discussion in which we post buildings that are traditional, okay? It's within our thing. It's not modernist, that are actually not conventionally beautiful. Because I think one of the filters that we have is that we in America especially have become too dedicated to the conventionally beautiful. And there are things that are traditional buildings, for example, I mean, actually the first one I would post is in Mexico. I happen to have one of my favorites. But if you look
Which
at
one?
It's just an apartment house that was designed by an architect, and it's incredibly beautiful, incredibly ugly at the same time.
What about the Bellas Artes? You know, the Bellas Artes in Mexico City? That building in Mexico is considered the most beautiful, but you look at it and it's like, really? You know, it's okay.
Well, no, but it's a mistake. That one was just a guy who wasn't that good. I'm talking about somebody that really manipulates it. And there are architects. I would like to post. I would like you, I don't know, Lucien, maybe you can start a Pinterest or something in which
can we do it? Can we do it on a non-commercial? Can we go back and work either with the Tredarch listserv, please? Or I want to take us off of Facebook. It's enough of that.
Oh, no. Whatever you want. But I think there should be a topic in which we
the joli LED. Let's do the joli LED.
And we introduce into the discourse. Because the problem with Palladio and people like that is that it's conventionally beautiful. And that doesn't represent anything that's really interesting these days, you know?
What you're calling the conventional beautiful has to do with taste. And taste is actually a social agreement on what's in and what's out. What we're talking about is the pre-attentive experience, aesthetic experience of beauty. That's a completely different thing. So I think we have a lot more to talk about. I absolutely want to hear your thesis on the Sinan and the Muslims. Want to see more of your work. I think we want to see more of everything that's going on here. I don't know that we have the bandwidth to do it again soon, but if we did, when would you want to see it, Andres?
If you start a joli LED, just a Pinterest, like open a discussion that everybody here.
I refuse to go on Pinterest. It's just not a good platform for serious people. Sorry.
Well, give me one.
We can build a website. We can build a website.
We actually, we can build a website for that. We'll let you know. We'll let everybody know.
And actually explain, maybe I can send you a little text about the definition of joli LED and the discussion of conventional and unconventional beauty. Which, by the way, this is not a light thing. There were architects that dedicated their whole lives to finding.
Yes, and that is the beginning of the new classical discourse in design. Excuse me for piggybacking on what you're saying. My new book, Romantic Intentions, The Pleasure of Beauty and the Pain of Its Absence, exactly addresses that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going down that route because you are right. Your heterodoxy documents 3,000 years of conversation with regard to the orders, and they are the DNA of buildings, granted. But then what is the discourse going to be about in the next 100, 200, 300 years? So I realized that we stopped the discourse around 1920.
No, you can't. You can. Why don't you say 2 generations? Because what happens that the young people can imagine themselves being included and their children.
Right.
And when you say 2 generations, it becomes real. Okay, like old Flavio there, he can imagine himself and his kid, but he can't imagine 200 years.
Right.
So I think 2 generations is what we're interested in.
Oh, by the way, he's in a traditional Mexican house. Look at the door behind him with the divisions. They're almost Bauhaus.
Could sing. She was born before the turn of the last century. I
get pissed. I don't feel like I'm really included in it.
By the age of 6,
I just get pissed. I don't know how to. I can't be included in it. I'm kind of pissed.
Was a great mentor for
George, you want to say something?
Oh yeah, I just think that the idea of beauty is a very limited concept. You know, it's just way too narrow. It doesn't really attach itself to anything. You know, what does it mean? What is the import of it? You know, it's just so a spiritual crisis has been going on since the Industrial Revolution. But the idea of beauty doesn't really address that. You know, it's you're in Atlantic City. You know, it doesn't really, the really vital questions of how does it mean, you know, the Romantics addressed this as a crisis of inspiration, you know, and when you look at an absolutely meretricious oeuvre by Bob Stern, you see that this is something that's just merely concerned with the pretty, but that it lacks any real authenticity. It's not about everything. It's totally disconnected from anything you can think of. You know, it lacks this real sense of vitality, authenticity, that somehow, you know, is like, it's not to be found in this book of Vitruvius. You know, it comes.
Hey guys, I mean it. Let us start something that's really off center, which is what you're talking about. A beauty that is not meretricious. That's an incredible word, okay?
Yeah, no, I think that the beauty, the mere prettiness is meretriciousness.
That's what I mean. We don't want a beauty that's meretricious. You got it, you nailed it.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you that the beauty of the pyramids on the Yucatan, it's not meretricious, you know? It's rooted in the land and the people. It's a very vital expression, you know? It's not just, you know, a book, you know, that comes from Palladio or Vitruvius. But even when people and like Jefferson appropriated that kind of thing, they were at least had some understanding of classical culture and of Roman values, that sort of thing. So even though it was a kind of cultural import, you know, there was still some validity. But what does the classicism mean now? You know, what kind of awareness do we have of classical culture? And also the kind of thing that Nick Benson was talking about. I mean, classicism is very much related to carving. You know, Michelangelo was a carver. Palladio was a stonemason. You know, so how can you really have classicism without carving? You know, and we don't have that. You know, so I mean, in other words, it's sort of all of this stuff is kind of atavistic. I mean, there may be a lot of worth in this atavism. You know, but it's the whole project of it's the spiritual crisis that this kind of narrow classicism doesn't address, and that's really at the heart of it, and that's what is.
Yeah, but don't narrow it yourself by saying it has to have carving, okay? Because you're both opening it and narrowing it. But I totally agree that this is a
that's true. But I there is something valid. Oh yes, also yeah. But I mean, it's the decline of the hand over the course of the past 200 years. you know, so you can see this in the drafting room. That's what happened.
Neil,
Yeah.
why can't we have a discussion sooner than later?
Okay, when's good for you? When do you think you'd want to do it? This is the
It's not me.
rhythm.
I would like to post somewhere a whole series of buildings that are joli led, okay? And we can start with one of Lucien's drawings. You know, just put it there on the cover and call it joli led, and we say unconventional beauty, okay?
Okay,
And
we're
we
gonna
find
we're
it,
gonna post it on
and then
the
we post,
website and go from there.
and then we have a discussion in which everybody opens up that which they posted and they discuss why they posted it. Okay, and then we maybe arrive at a theory that includes more reality than the excessive, I'm almost meretricious ideal of conventional beauty.
It's spiritually bankrupt. Let me tell you, it's spiritually bankrupt.
Can we do this on the TradArc listserv and not on Facebook, please? I don't use Facebook really myself. I try
Okay,
to stay off.
just ask
Richard.
I'm not on TradArc, I was thrown out.
Richard John.
I was thrown out. Anyway, get us back on. I'd be happy to.
Oh, we'll have something in the next few weeks. We'll have something. Catherine, you were saying?
I think Facebook is, you know, it has reached more people than the listserv has.
I couldn't
So-
care less. It's not good for people and it's not good for society. And
Well,
it's not, sorry.
how about we just
The reach
try
is not a
this
good
to get
reach.
on with it?
It's not
So
authentic.
what I
It's
would
based on
like
fear.
to do, what I would like to do is get on TradArc and get the old fogies to leave out of frustration.
I don't think there are any left.
Any what?
Any old fogies left on TradArc, I don't think.
Who's on it?
2 or 3 folks who refuse to use Facebook because they're forward thinking.
So TradArc has almost no one on it?
I have no idea, to be honest.
Okay. Well, let's find out. I'm going to talk to Richard John.
Yeah, I think it's time. And also to increase the limit to something. Otherwise, we'll provide the, I mean,
Yeah,
the
that's the
CPI.
problem.
CPI can replace University of Miami with regard to that. If they give us the software to do it, we'll put it up on CPI.
Great, got it. Okay, great, perfect.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been absolutely incroyable. I want to finish this beautiful session.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Andres. Thank you to all the participants. Thank you, Flavio and Flora, for helping out, and your patience, because I know that occasionally the audience have been frustrated because they kind of got the questions, but they didn't get the answers maybe. But on the other hand, Andres is always serendipitous and surprising, and he answers questions nobody asks for and brings in new questions in some way, which remains open and then creates new strategies. And I think this idea of having a new discussion and about the Jolilet and so on is really fascinating. I'm kind of a little bit embarrassed to be asked to give my drawings, because I thought my drawings were really joli. I never considered them to be joli, so I'm a little bit kind of perplexed, but I'm not. I like this idea of the sublime, which my friend Victoria Tunstoba is kind of dedicating 6 years of studies for her PhD. And I also like this idea, you know, I always thought that what will save the world is not new urbanism and not classicism, but poetry. So, and I always kind of have this interest and attraction for romantic, you know, for romanticism. And I think romanticism was kind of a movement which was able to kind of deal with that, which was deal with the sublime, which was deal with the kind of unusual, will deal with the surprising, and will deal with horror and beauty. So, and I think classicism too, but it's true that a lot of the established classicists, it's working to produce mansions for rich people and mansions which follow relatively narrow principles of beauty also. I think they are beautiful, but the principles of beauty are the very conventional conservative principles. And in some way, it doesn't allow for improvisation. It doesn't allow for free jazz. You know, I think some people were, when you look at music and you have order and chaos, so this kind of idea that you have a very clear patterns and standards of beauty, but you have also improvisation. You're bringing discordance. You bring in some type of rhythm, and I think that's something I liked about when Jaime Correa was talking about, you know, his new architecture they are doing, where there's also this idea of disruption and this idea of improvisation and this idea of kind of trying out things, which I think
they were all joli led, huh?
Oh yeah,
all of it.
You know, the pictures are on the slideshow.
Well, the pictures behind them and on the slideshow and everything, everything was joli led. This is a serious development.
Yeah,
it's not a backlash against classicism or traditionalism.
No.
It's a backlash against meritorious beauty.
Yeah. Also, the compound, you know, sorry, it has nothing to do, but you know, the compound, this idea of the compound, I think it's a very, very strong concept. It's a really, really strong concept. And it makes me, as I mentioned before, this idea of a concept which is a center. So every architectural feature has a center. And I think it's something which goes back to Christopher Alexander's theories. You know, you create centers, and from the center, it's like acupuncture. From the center, you develop something. So you can develop a house, but you can develop a neighborhood, you can develop a block. And then in some way, by permutation, by combination, you kind of create a city, you know, and that's like a lot of places develop like that.
One way to establish a center, Lucien, is to say every building has to have one side that has to touch the lot line. Every building has to touch one of the lot lines, which means all the buildings adhere to the edges and you end up with a center void, which then is automatically designed, because the center is not necessarily a building.
Yeah, that's like the traditional Chinese house is exactly like that.
Yes,
and
exactly.
When you see the development, you know, I gave a book to your brother, to Douglas, and he lost it or something, but it showed the evolution of the Chinese house, the courtyard house, which was the precinct and the compound, and then you had one building, and then you had another one, and then it kind of gradually filled up exactly the same way like the Roman house, and then also the Greek domus, you know, which was actually a precinct where you filled in stuff, you know, but you had.
Can I throw another bomb, please?
Yeah, you go with your bomb.
Okay.
Don't throw the nuclear bomb.
The Roman house was not a temple.
I know.
The Roman house was a domus of extreme complexity and mixed use, with multiple courtyards on the edge, had a very, very small expression on the street. It was usually commercial.
Yeah.
Okay, it is Palladio that put people in temples, to live in temples. It was pathetic. It was a pathetic misreading of history, and it has actually created the American suburbia. Okay. We could have been like Mediterraneans. We could have been like North Africa with courtyard houses. We could have been like Spain. We could have been like Colombia. We could have been like Mexico. But no, English Palladianism brought here the idea of living in a temple in the middle of the lot. And by the way, Michael Dennis wrote about this. He wrote a beautiful chapter called Excursus Americanus, which actually talks about how, because when Jefferson went to Paris, the years he spent there, the French hotel, the hotel which actually builds on the perimeter and actually has a void in the middle, had just been surpassed by the pavilionized house in the middle of the lot, of which there were just half a dozen in all of France. And what happened was, that's what Jefferson understood and brought to America, hence suburbia, which is a very interesting treatise. It's not mine, it's Michael Dennis's. But you can actually see the actual fundamental infection that comes from having people move into temples, because Palladio was a flatterer. He actually wanted perfectly normal farmers who were a little richer than the others to live in a temple like a god. Okay, that's another.
I think that, you know, that's one of those things. It's a fascinating thing to follow up on, but actually there are only two ways to enter a classical building. It's either through a victory arch or through a temple. Now, you want to live with that? You want to fight it? You want to do whatever you want to do with it?
No, that's not true. That's not true. You can enter through a saguan. A saguan is a tunnel, which is how the Hispanic house is entered.
Yeah.
And it has a very, very small manifestation to the street, and inside is the luxury. So you actually had a modest presentation to the public realm in which you didn't brag about your wealth. You internalized your wealth.
That is, yes, you're right. And that is the result.
And what happened is that you could get rich people. If you go to Antigua, Guatemala, you get rich people living next to quite poor people because the presentation on the street is virtually identical.
And that is actually a Muslim presentation, if anything.
It is a Muslim presentation.
It's not classical in that sense, but
sorry. It was
classical is additive, so now it is.
From Rome. The Muslims got it from Rome. They understood. Palladio misunderstood. Okay, Sinan understood. Sinan never put anybody in a temple to live in. They put, okay, I'm sorry. Another problem of Palladio, right there.
Okay, fine. But you know, we can judge it. We can toss it out. We can call it additive. It's really, the beautiful thing is that we can just unload all of the jibber jabber. You know, we know all the theory and the history, and just use it as forms, which are very pleasing because we know.
I would suggest assassination. I would suggest not just jibber jabber and throw things out. I think that we need to have one generation that actually assassinates Palladio and frees us up for other typologies and other forms of orders, and frees up the rest of the classical discourse, which is hiding in his shadow.
I think that's a perfect place to end this. Thank you all for giving to the Stoa. I want to thank Flora Wundo, Sarah Dudovitz, Tasnim Zraikat, and Flavio Diaz-Miron for managing the questions that were coming from the audience and never reached the speakers because they were so enthusiastic.